It is 5:15. So we will go ahead and actually call our meeting to order as it is in the agenda. So we'll call the meeting to order. I'll ask you guys to go ahead and rise for the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Perfect. I will re-welcome the guests when we come back. If you guys want to go ahead and recite both the mission and the vision with me. The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student. The vision: every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for successful transition to the next stage of life. Perfect. I will now go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda.
We need to read this. Okay. Chair Taylor, I will make a motion to approve the amended agenda due to time is of the essence and remove items from the agenda and move to the next regular board meeting. Those items would be the student spotlight, cap ed.
We've already done it. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of what we've done.
That was it. Okay, I don't need to go through those.
Nope.
Okay, so
Okay.
that's my motion.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. At this time, I will go ahead and entertain a motion to move us into executive session.
Madam Chair, I will make a motion to move into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206, parent 1BDJ. B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student. Parent D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code. And Parent J, to consider labor contract matter authorized under Section 74-206, Parent 1, A and B of the Idaho Code.
I will second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Roll call vote.
Chair Taylor?
Aye.
Trustee Kirkman?
Aye.
Trustee Sue?
Aye.
Trustee Jennings?
Aye.
Great, we will now move into executive session. For you guys just joining us, we have an executive session first.
All right, it is 6 p.m., so I will re-welcome everybody. We will be holding public comment. If people do matriculate in late, please let them chat with our clerk. We still want to get them on to speak. There has been an amendment made to our agenda tonight. We have removed a few things due to timing of the essence on a particular issue. We've removed our student spotlight, the CAPED ASB credit card limit increase, the district student handbooks, policy 1115, agenda setting, and a second reading of policy 2510. We have added a district statement regarding transportation services and possible community outreach listening session, as well as an additional executive session to the end of this meeting to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student, and to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74, Idaho Code. That change was made right at 5:15 when we started the meeting, so everybody's on the same page. Yes.
Actually, that change was made at 10:12.
Oh, and 10:12 a.m. Thank you.
And reposted.
And
At
reposted,
10:12.
and then we accepted it at 5:15. Thank you, Clerk Lamont. So with that and those changes being made, we are actually going to open tonight with a district statement. So I am going to turn the meeting directly over to Dr. Russell.
Chair Taylor, trustees, community folks, thank you for being here this evening. I thought it'd be helpful to start with the district statement, considering the situation that we had yesterday with the first day of school. And then we will spend some time going into what occurred and then be able to answer and ask questions after that. So dear parents, students, and community members, yesterday marked an important day for our school district. It was the first day of school. It was a day that is meant to be filled with joy and excitement as we welcome students back into the classroom. While the day brought successes within our schools, it was unfortunately overshadowed by the significant failures in our district's transportation services. Our highest priority is ensuring that our students are transported to and from school safely and reliably. Yesterday, we did not meet that obligation. The delays, confusion, and breakdowns in communication were unacceptable, and we deeply regret the impact this had on many of our families. We understand that our community places immense trust in us, and yesterday's events have understandably shaken that trust. Collectively, we take full responsibility for what occurred, and I want to extend my sincere apologies to all the families who experienced stress, fear, and confusion as a result. Please know that we are taking immediate and comprehensive actions to address the issues that led to these problems. We worked late into the night to begin to resolve the concerns and have continued our efforts throughout today. While this is a complex challenge, we are fully committed to ensuring that our transportation services meet the high standards of our students, parents, and community. We appreciate the patience, and we are working to make things right. I want to sincerely apologize, as I stated in there. This is our responsibility to ensure that our kids are transported to and from school safely. We do not take that lightly, and we failed yesterday. And we're working on that, and I'll address some of the things that kind of what we're working on today as well. So Tyler, if you would bring up our PowerPoint. What I thought I would do for the board and for the folks to understand is kind of walk through really what occurred yesterday. What were some of the reasons that we found out that it occurred yesterday, and what we're doing today to kind of correct some of those and get better. So Tyler, if you could bring up our first slide, second slide here. So what occurred yesterday? So one of the first things that we saw was our buses were extremely delayed. And I'll go into the reasons why that, but we saw buses anywhere from 15 up to an hour and 15 minutes late yesterday. We saw numerous missed stops. We saw some of those in the morning. Some of that's not uncommon to a first day, but it was especially, there was numerous missed stops after school. And so that's something that we'll talk through about that. Parents confused on where the bus stops were. I think that was one of the things that we heard clearly, and that was still things that we're working through today. So we'll talk and address that. Busing, dropping off students in the wrong stop. That was something that was very common that we saw yesterday as well. Students getting on the wrong buses. The next bullet point, probably the most disappointing, is the students that were unaccounted for. We had students last night that we were looking for, and that's where I believe we ultimately failed the most, is because we scared a lot of parents and families. And then lastly, just poor communication to the families and who were calling in, trying to find locations of our buses, our students, and dealing with our call volume. We'll talk a little bit about that. Those are the major things that we saw yesterday in our transportation. Let's go to the next slide, Tyler. So why did this occur? We began to dive into that last night to try to figure out what were the main issues that caused most of those. So the first one had to do with some of our busing, the way our busing is set up and when we on our dismissal. We do have our secondary routes going first and then our elementary routes are going second. We had some transfer buses that were delayed or they were missed, and that started a domino effect, if you will. They left the high schools later, or they weren't able to leave on time as we needed. And that kind of meant that they would get to our elementary schools later than we were hoping for. There was a bus accident yesterday. No students were involved, but one of our buses pulling into our high schools hit a concrete barrier. And that led to us having to get a replacement bus. That ultimately led to our latest bus getting to one of our schools, which was the one that was well over an hour and a half. I think it was about an hour and 40 minutes late. Limited GPS access. So that was something that happened yesterday as well. When we were getting calls to ask where was the bus, we did not have enough access for us to be able to locate that. Only a couple of individuals were able to do that. And so our phone lines got jammed down as we're trying to track those buses. That's something that we addressed today. There simply wasn't enough phone lines and support. That was something that we saw yesterday as well. Our phones were jammed up. We were trying to take the calls, but the call volume that was coming in did not allow us to be able to get the information out that we needed to, or to be able to contact our transportation department or our bus company. Incomplete manifests. That was one of the things that also occurred yesterday, meaning who was riding the bus and where were students getting off. Those were incomplete. That had to do with two reasons. The first had to do with technology. The talking between our student information services, so our Power School, our Final Forms, and then Traversa, which is our busing software. Those were having difficulty. And then registration. So if students were registered late, it's not immediately goes into those technology systems. So students weren't put on rosters immediately. And that led to some students being on a bus without a roster. Simple procedures. We were at schools yesterday watching our buses load, and some buses sat fully loaded, but we did not communicate to those buses that all the kids were on them. So that's a simple kind of first day procedure to let buses know, hey, everybody's on, you can leave, and that slowed down. And then the last one is just things that you see every year. There was traffic, there was accidents, there was road construction. Those things kind of made our routes a little bit slower as well. Again, summarizing the big things that occurred, that kind of led into some of those issues that we saw. So the big question is, what are we going to do about it? How are we going to try to get better? The next slide will address them. We came up with 10 specific things that we're going to work on to improve it. So the first one is just ensuring that there is a route and a driver for every one of our transfer buses in schools. I believe that was a little better today. I maybe get a report from Mr. LeBou on that, but and making sure that our secondary routes leave on time. They were better today. They weren't where we'd like them to be. I think they left about 10 minutes later, but it was an improvement from yesterday. The second one is tagging all of our elementary students. So one of the things that we did yesterday is some students were tagged with a specific card that has a color that it matches them to the bus that they're getting on. We ensured that every student today had a color-coded card that would match into their school bus so that we can ensure that students get on the right bus and that we could double check that, making sure as they get on the bus that it matches. Our manifest checklists, we printed off new ones today. Ensuring that every student was on the checklist on the list, and it has actually a check mark. So that every bus stop has a list of students who get off on that stop that actually has check marks next to it. And the bus drivers are going to check off as students leave, so we know what student has left on what stop. That is something that I think has helped already today. Does slow down our drop times, but it does really allow us to know where every student is and where every student was let off. And that's something that we worked on today, and we're going to try to refine that and get that a little bit stronger as well. Increasing our access to our GPS. That was something that we asked so that we could have more logins. We had more individuals today that were able to find out where buses were, give real time so that parents can understand currently where buses are. Increased our phone lines. We did set up a command center here in the district office. I think we opened up, I think we at least have 11 or 12 phone lines to help it take the call volume so that folks aren't being left out there with no information. And I think that's been helpful today as well. Better communication on loading. So that's one of the things that we talked with our schools today around is just that simple communication when we get students loaded, to let the bus driver know that all students are loaded, that they can go. It's a procedure that we think will help so that buses just don't sit loaded waiting without intercommunication. So that was another step we took. We had a meeting this morning with all of our school administrators, reviewing our procedures, getting communication back from them, helping answer any of their questions so that we could be a little bit stronger on our loading processes. And that was productive this morning. We also, students who are left on a bus. So if there is a student on a bus, one of our procedures that we asked is to have them return to school. We think that is more effective, that students go back to their schools so that we can be able to call parents and that they're actually with adults that they know because at their home school. If they are secondary students and they miss their bus stop, we are asking that they stay on the bus. Elementary students will get on and they will finish that route and they will bring those students back to Columbia High School, which is currently where our transportation department is at, and then we will call parents from that point. We will notify parents that if we do have a student on the bus, we will try to get a hold of them so that they are aware of a stop was missed. Number 9 there, reassigning staff to assist phones and transportation. That is something that we did today to give more assistance to our teams so that we can be able to answer the call volumes and be able to help assist families to understand where their students are. Then the last one, fortunate today, we have Officer Cantrell will come and kind of share. The Nampa Police Department has offered some assistance in helping us with traffic, because traffic is one of the things that we did see yesterday. Happens every beginning of the school year, but that slows our ability to get in and out of schools, which again kind of delays us. And Officer, if you'd like to share some information about our police department, how they're willing to help us out and kind of support us.
And families, first and foremost, we are evaluating, if everybody hasn't noticed, that there is construction everywhere in Nampa. So we're consistently evaluating how that affected the school buses and transportation. Immediately this morning, we had conversations and briefs with the school and identified that Lone Star Middle School was directly affected by the construction. We sent a couple of our SROs out to and communicated with the construction companies, and then they were immediately on board with maneuvering their large vehicles in different spots during high school traffic. We also communicated with them with different routes, access to the subdivisions and so on that would not affect the school and the load in and load out at those certain times. Everybody was on board with that cooperation. We also, with our command center, we're watching large traffic areas and signals. And if we're seeing that buses are getting bogged down, we are working with the streets department and the engineers to make sure that those traffic lights are changed for the appropriate times. We're also working with our SROs that if we're seeing a traffic jam or traffic backup, that they're getting out and doing traffic control to help support getting buses in a quicker amount of time and getting them out. So we're not delaying what Dr. Russell already talked about, delaying from the high school to the elementary. We're also utilizing our SROs to hold over. So they're holding over an extra 2 hours just to help facilitate any unforeseen issues and concerns that the district may have and or patrol. So we have one point of contact for anything that's coming up related to our current issue. That is going to our 2 corporals on the SRO division, and then to myself to make sure that those are getting handled by SROs and not the patrol division because of the assets and the resources that we have with the school district. We also assigned an officer to the command center here to make sure that there's constant communication with direct communication with the school district.
It's incredible. I just want to start by saying thank you for always being such a good partner of this district in every way, shape, or form. And we are so fortunate to have the relationship that we do with our law enforcement. And thank you for being here today. Trustees, anything that you want to add? Okay, perfect.
Is this the time to ask questions? or
We
still
can't
going
do, we want to ask.
We'll get there in just a
Tim, or do
second.
we want to wait? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you,
Perfect.
Officer.
Thank you. And thank you again.
Appreciate you being here. Tyler, for bringing that up. So these are a couple of the action items that we addressed last night. Again, today is day 2. I do think we saw some improvements, but we are far from being where we need to be. We will probably make some adjustments to those as we get feedback. I know a couple of our folks were in our command center and some are still there kind of working. Our plan is to take feedback again. We'll probably adjust some of these. We'll see which of these helped us today. We'll see where we need to improve for tomorrow. Our next slide gives you a kind of idea of what we're working to try to help support and reassign some of our folks to kind of help work on our situation. I'm really grateful for those individuals that are stepping up and helping us right now as we open school. Again, realize that we still got a ways to go. Today was better, but not where it needs to be, but do appreciate the efforts and we will get there. Next slide. All of these, none of this was presented to try to make an excuse. Again, I want to reiterate that we take full responsibility for yesterday. Yesterday was not how we wanted to start the school year. We're working and we will continue to work diligently until we can get to where we need to be and get to the expectations that our community has for us. I'm happy to answer any questions or open that up. Have other folks here that will help answer some questions as well.
Okay. Trustees, do we have questions that we'd like to start with?
All right. Just a couple here. The manifests, how are those updated? Are they updated in real time? I mean, if can a parent call in and say, my student's not riding the bus today? And is that manifest updated in real time for the drivers?
I'll have Mr. Stauffer maybe answer that more specifically. Manifests were printed at the end of the night based on the communication that we have from Power School, which is getting the information from Final Forms. It is not real time. However, if students were not on a manifest and a parent said I need busing, one of the things we communicate to school is to do some phone calls and talk. And Courtney, you can talk a little bit maybe more in detail about how that actually worked.
And just a quick follow-up, is it possible to update those manifests in real time? I don't know if the technology is there or not.
Trustees, Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees. Dr. Russell did a pretty good job of summarizing those components. At this point in time, it is not a real-time ability to update those manifestations. That will be coming online, as we've talked a little bit previously about in October, when some of the additional software will be in place on the buses. We'll have that ability later, but it is not currently on the buses.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to that? Was that ever even a possibility, or this is just going to be a brand new feature, period? It was never an option before, right?
Correct. Board of Trustees, Trustee Sue, it was part of our plan of our rollout with the time frame that we had. That was something that we've articulated and worked with the board before and gave the information that October was our time frame to bring that on board for the real time when the devices would be on the buses and we'd be able to start working in that capacity. Our first in October, we'd be working the trials through 3 schools that we were going to work out on our trial run and then unpackaging it to the rest of the district after we worked out all the kinks in the October run.
The GPS access, again, just for clarification, was that hardware? Was it software? Was it bandwidth? I mean, what were some of the issues around that GPS?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, it was logins to the software.
Is that software that we had, our software, or is that
It
our
was
student software?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, it was our transportation department's or a bus company's software. We asked to have login so that we could have district employees be able to log into that so that as we're taking phone calls and manning phone calls, we can actually see the buses. I can't remember how many more we were able to get on today. Do you happen to know that, Mr. Stauffer?
Yeah, Trustees, Trustee Kirkman, we did get that today. We were able to get, I believe there was 6 of us on today, and we were working with that today throughout the day.
So those logins, when originally before a week ago, however long ago, prepping for this first day, were those logins that the number of logins that you requested from first student, did they provide the number that the district requested?
Trustee Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, yes, in this, what we requested from them, we did get.
Okay.
Now, there is another line to this as we're trying to connect the buses through the Zonar software, which is the software that runs the buses to the Traversa so that they would talk and they'd be seen in the Traversa software. That has been an ongoing process that's been worked between the two companies, trying to get those to merge the last 2 weeks. The Zonar is the equipment that our First Students partners have, and they gave us access to that with those licenses. Originally, the plan was to have all those in place so that our Traversa would have it, and then all those who had logins to Traversa would have access to the GPS of the buses.
So everything that we asked for from First Student, they provided
Yes,
as far as okay, so it
that
was,
is correct.
it was a fail on the district's part to not anticipate the number of people
Correct.
needing to be at a phone.
Correct.
I guess that's simply put.
That
Yes.
is correct.
And I don't know, Courtney, you might be able to answer this, but the school zone signages, I think most of them have flashing yellow
Mhm.
lights, but are any of them do they still have the times on there? Like from 7:30 to, I think some of them might do around town. Have
Yeah.
those signs been changed, or will they be changed with the city? Have you been working with the street department?
Trustee Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, yes, we did talk to the city about that. They are aware of it. Where they are in that process, we have followed up a
Okay.
couple of times. The times for the lights themselves have been updated. And we did have one that was out in front of East Valley that we notified them as of yesterday, and they were out working on it.
That wasn't the Hawk Crossing light,
No, it was not. It was
okay.
just the bus flashing lights that this is a bus zone at this
Right.
point in time. So those, yes, we've communicated as we have been made aware of those. We have worked with the city. They have been responding. I have not got their ETA for those signs in the front. We just made sure that the times were accurate for their actual lights flashing.
Okay. And Corporal, I don't know if you could answer this, but did the police department get any calls from parents regarding missing kids?
I can answer from back there. I got a lot of voice.
Is it Sergeant? I'm sorry, I
It's
called you.
Lieutenant.
Lu-
It's
Well,
Jason.
that was gonna be my
How
next
about that? It's
guess.
Jason.
Someone had stripes on, corporal stripes.
That's right. It's, I'm
Sorry.
not really formal.
Lieutenant,
so
I'm sorry, go
No
ahead.
worries. Trustees. So yes, we did. That's what ultimately we held all of our SROs over into the night to make sure that all of those calls were taken care of. And again, we were consistently working with direct communication with the district to make sure there was a fail-safe, that we did not miss any calls either from the district side and or from the law enforcement side. So that's why we went to it went to the SRO instead of a patrol officer who may not be familiar with all the procedures and or access to the district like we have.
A lot of people may not know what this means, but did you ever go into an incident command structure during this yesterday?
Trustees, to a certain point, I took a command and was in direct contact with our dispatch center, and then the guys that were and the gals that were working at Columbia, and then responding to homes to make sure that we had sight on every person, excuse me, every person that was possibly or concerned to be not at home.
Fantastic, thank you. For right now, that's all I have, Trustee Taylor.
Trustee Sue. No questions? Trustee Jennings?
I got a couple.
Yeah.
Chair Taylor, maybe Dr. Russell, you can answer this. The manifest itself, does the staff have one that matches and mirrors each day what the bus? Obviously, whenever they're trying to get kids on the bus, who's in charge of making sure that every child is on the bus? Is it the bus company or is it the staff that's assisting them out there?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, it is the school's responsibility to ensure that the students get on the correct bus. The manifests are printed. They should be given to the teachers so that they understand who's on what bus, and then teachers ensure that the kids get on the correct buses as they load, or that the staff does. As Mr. Stauffer mentioned, those aren't updated real time. So if a student enrolls and we're not able to get in the manifestation, that's some of the issues that we saw yesterday. Some drivers also we weren't able to get the manifestations out to the drivers. So that was something that we worked on today.
Okay. A couple of questions around the technology that's coming in October. Is that an app? Parents have been asking, is it an app or is it a?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, I believe it is an app. Mr. Stoffer has seen it. I haven't physically seen the actual technology.
Trustee Taylor and Trustee Jennings, yes, this is in combination with the parent app that they will be able to follow the bus in real time. It's a piece of it. It's not exclusively that, but it's a piece of the software and the upgrades to the technology on the bus with their tablets and the information that will be going into the buses.
Is it the Power School or which reference are they using as far as the technology that they're currently using that this will be incorporated with?
So this is a separate standalone. It's a technology that is to the buses. It's not connected to Power School. Power School feeds the information, but it is a separate piece of software that will include the students' rosters, that real-time manifest that we've been talking about. And it'll also be that component that we've talked about with the RFID cards as well, so that when they check in, parents will know that the student is on the bus. When they get off the bus, that will be known as well through the parent app. So it's a series of components to it.
So essentially the manifest will be in real time once we can get this information. Okay.
Trustee, can I ask a quick follow-up on that one? Can we expedite this? Can we get it sooner?
As we've worked with First Students, part of one of the needs that we have is to train all the busing staff on it before we unpackage it. They are receiving the devices here shortly to be able to install on the buses, so the installation is coming. After that, they have a corporate-wide training that they have planned. Part of that has to do with some of their corporate trainers. We have been discussing that. And when they bring in their corporate trainers, there's a little bit of time that they need to do that. And then there's our part where we need to train the parents. So the timeline, I will work with them and ask that question, but we've been planning for October to get through and work through those processes, and that's the current one. So to answer your question, it's one that we can take back and see if there's any capacity. I did ask that before, and at the time it was due to the amount of trainers that they had nationally to go out and train the bus drivers, but that was a few weeks ago when we had that conversation.
Are you finished with your questions? Okay. So first I want to acknowledge and all of our staff about how hard you guys are working. I literally just was down in the room. It's full. I know we're answering phones. I know everybody's come together. I know that everybody's working on this issue. I was on the phone with Dr. Russell last night, clear until almost 8:30. So I know you guys were here late. So I appreciate that. And I really do appreciate the way that our community partners heard from the Boys and Girls Club. They stayed late, our law enforcement. I just think it's incredible that we have that support. I have just a few questions. I also want to say that all trustees have been in contact with the district. So a lot of our questions, I think, came to fruition and were answered today in your action plan. So I also appreciate that. I just have a few clarifying questions. So the first one, Mr. Stoffer, is for you. Traversa and Tyler, sorry, I just need to put my softwares together. Are those one and the same?
Yes,
Okay.
Tyler is the parent company. Traversa is the name of the actual software.
Thank you. That was like the clarification I needed. I just didn't want to lose you. Second, I need clarification on routes versus bus numbers and what was communicated out today. So did we communicate routes to parents and administrative staff on that, or excuse me, and our teachers, our schools, or bus numbers? Or if we did not, where should I see those discrepancies?
Trustee Taylor, I think Tyler might be able to pull up the information that was sent out today to explain those
Great.
two things. There was some information sent out on Parent Square on how to read the forms a little bit better and bring some clarity to it. Once he finds it, I'm sure he'll put it up there.
Okay.
One of the things that we have learned in this process from both our partnership with First Students and with the partnership with the State Department of Education, the Transportation Department, is there is a system that has been in place historically that is a little bit more antiquated, and there has been some components to that they wanted us to upgrade. And so part of that is what you're seeing in the buses now. The bus number itself, buses are to come offline every so many days in order to have upkeep taken care of. So bus numbers are going to change on a frequent basis. It's not something that we have seen historically in our past of that being done. We did have sub buses, but our routes were not being, our buses were not being taken off with the cadence that the state liked. And having that knowledge and that information, we dialogued about how we could meet that need. And also with, again, with our partnership, one of the things that came out of that conversation is vehicle numbers. We don't want to depend on the vehicle number because it can change. And so the route number is what we are focusing on. In this case, you see in the graphic, this is S04. So S04 will never change. That would be the student's route and the pickup route, no matter what vehicle picks them up.
I'm sorry, there's confusion right there because I was looking at 504.
Yep.
So is that going to be an issue?
Yeah, we did talk to first students about it. They're working on some different signage and how to manipulate that signage a little bit better. So we did have that conversation and they're working on that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Please, yep.
I'm
I've got a
also a
few.
little confused because my kids go to Lake Ridge and I've seen different numbers as well. And I saw the tags. I think they're wonderful. But that tag also says the bus number and then the route number. And if that's going to change, how do we?
Yeah, as far as the printing the reports, there definitely is some things that we can adjust and modify on that. Again, learning that process and trying to get the information out, that was one of the ones that we did. Having the vehicle number on there was probably one of those things in hindsight we should not have had on there. We had route number and then the school locator and the morning and afternoon route numbers.
And I appreciate you acknowledging that. Are we done? I'm more on this question too,
I have
but
a
go for it.
follow-up
Go
to
for it
this
if
too.
this is, because I'm going to go next.
So in my experience in going to school and my parents and everything else, we always use the bus number 15 or 137 or whatever it is. I think that's what most of the parents are used to up until yesterday, or maybe a few days before yesterday. And so that's, I think, what parents are looking for, are those numbers. And now we see C04, N12, S02, S04. Those are the numbers instead of that traditional bus number. Like I ride bus 154 in the morning and 155 in the afternoon. The parents should be looking at S04. Okay, so how long before yesterday did the district know that that's the number that parents should be looking at?
Trustee Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, that has been a part of our numbers for the last probably 2 weeks that we've had that
Okay.
out there.
Was there communication sent out to the parents like this before yesterday or the 2 weeks before yesterday?
Trustee Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, we did not get the good information out to parents.
So that's part of that communication
is.
piece that Dr. Russell was
It is.
talking about.
That's exactly
And
what
I
he was
and I
referring to.
appreciate that. I think it's important that we acknowledge where we
Yep.
failed. And I
Yep.
think this is one of those areas where we failed. So, yeah, so I think it's going to be, what about taking something like this, making copies of it and stuffing it in the kids' backpacks just for another added way to communicate that to parents? Drop leaflets over the city. I don't know if we'd be in violation of some city code.
We're now
but-
crop dusting leaflets.
But, you know, just a
Can we
simple.
Tru-
keep
Trustee Taylor
that,
and
Taylor, I'm
Trustee-
sorry, can we keep that up? I'm still on, I have a series to this question. I'm so sorry,
So
and I
in
just don't want to
addition
lose
to
it.
pushing things out through Power School, through email, because I've seen it 3 times now. I've seen that picture 3 times in different formats. But again, maybe just making some color copies and just say, hey, maybe the parents will see that when they're cleaning out the backpack, or maybe not. I don't know. But
Appreciate the suggestion. We'll definitely work on that one as well.
Okay, so back to this good question, and this is all good follow-up. Have all of our buses now been updated? So if I looked at every single bus in our fleet that is active, it now has a route number that looks like 504, sorry. I know, I'm sorry. I was just going off what you said because I get it. Does every single bus now have a route number?
Trustee Taylor, I'm going to defer that to first students. The ones that I have seen when I have been at schools all have, but I'm going to look over and just, yep.
They
They
do,
do.
thank you.
And
Thank
it's
you
that
so
black
much.
It's that
placard.
black plaque.
Just look like that.
Yep.
Okay. Now, have route numbers been, okay, I'm going to back up now. Color coding for the buses goes up to 5th grade.
Correct.
Okay. So they're now getting a color code as well as their route number, and we have stepped away from bus numbers altogether as of today for every single school.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, that
Hold
No,
on.
the K.
Ask that again, please.
I want to make sure so let me explain where I'm coming from. So yesterday, a lot of my questions were around, I believe that there was confusion created by giving both bus numbers and route numbers. So that
Mhm.
was my main issue that I had communicated with. So what I'm asking is, I want to make sure that we haven't yet again communicated bus numbers because we communicated bus numbers. So now what I'm asking is, are we only communicating route numbers? Yes.
And then my follow-up on that one, if it's okay, is there a possibility to minimize the bus number? Because that's really only for your reference, right? For first student and for the school. It's not really for anybody else's. And with the new school buses coming in, that's.
Chair Taylor and Trustee Sue, we did explore that option. Actually, it's state mandated how the size and the font that we use of those numbers.
Right,
So
so it
we
can be seen.
cannot, we explored, can we cover them? We went through all of those conversations, followed up with what the legalities were. And again, that is not one that we can do by Idaho code. We cannot cover those numbers. And it's described in law how big they have to be. In order for the buses to actually pass inspection, those have to be in place.
So this wasn't an issue in years past with Brown Bus. Is it because they were grandfathered in, or what is the situation? Why,
Chair Taylor and Trustee Sue, the state was aware that there was some things that they wanted to change regardless if we had moved to first students or kept our previous bus company. There were some things that they had advised us that we needed to comply with. This was one of them.
okay. So we were out of compliance.
And this would be statewide too.
Yeah, it's statewide.
Yeah,
It's not-
this is statewide. So the route numbers are statewide. I want to go back to, my clarification was just that route numbers are now being communicated, understood to everybody. Route numbers no longer bus numbers.
We are working on the understood part. We are working on communicating so there is more understanding. Definitely work that needs to be done in that area.
Okay.
But the bus number could be that SO4, right? Is there is that 2420 for this one, for instance, correlated to the registration of that vehicle?
Trustee Taylor and Trustee Jennings, that is correct. That is why that number has to stay unique to that vehicle and it cannot change. And that's where that part where you're rotating vehicles out of your fleet on a day basis or whatever may take place, breakdown, needs its routine maintenance, any of those things that would take that bus off of its routine route. We put in that route number so it would always stay the same for the child.
Well, and I want to express that I feel like route numbers are actually as drilled down as you can get. So I like the granular detail of a route number because I would agree with you, bus numbers can change. My issue in lies the communication and the understanding,
correct.
which I think I've made very clear. I mean, I think and again, I don't want to continue because I feel like I've gotten so much reciprocation and that we're making very quick adjustments and I appreciate that. Any more questions around this? Because I'm going to go to my next question, but I don't want to stop us here.
Around the bus.
Numbers versus
Numbers.
routes.
Yeah, I was also just thinking, I think almost every school has reader boards, electronic reader boards. That might be something to put up there for a minute, while we get through the next couple of weeks or so. Anything that will get that out. I'll stand out on the road with a sign, holding up a little sign.
Trustee Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, I have your sign.
Yeah.
I will stand outside with a sign if that is what you need. Okay,
I have a question real quick.
please, yes.
Along the lines of communication, I think a lot of us in this room are privileged to have access to Power School. And I am concerned that there are folks in the community that, we frankly, are, do not have that kind of access, do not connect through Power School. Is there consideration to actually send out physical mailers to people to go, hey, this is what's going on? Just so there's at least a piece of paper in front and say, hey, listen, I'm sorry, we spent $4,000, but we got mailers out to everybody, or that at least as much of the population as we could.
Head Chair Taylor and Trustee Sue, definitely will add that to one of the things that we have been talking about. One of the things to not to move from that, I think it's a great idea that we need to do more. Trustee Kirkman, your idea of putting in backpacks, I think helps us with that as well. There's a lot more of those things that we are going to explore and be working on throughout the next few days.
Okay, please go ahead.
So I've been the guy that's been at a lot of bus stops the last couple of days and driving routes the last 2 weeks. That placard is not really large, right by the door. Is there a possibility to put that in the windshield on a larger scale so that the families can see the bus coming?
That was my next question. Is that placed anywhere else besides right there on the bus?
Chair Taylor and Trustee Jennings, first, your question, Trustee Jennings, we have had some conversations about how we can get that larger on the buses. We'll have more information for you to present to you as we gather more on that. And Trustee Taylor, Chair Taylor, to your question, no, that's the only place that it is found right now. It's not in the windows at this point in time.
Okay,
I'm sorry. First bus, like he had to say something. I just want to make sure that
You can't put.
can you say
In the
something?
winter.
Hey, good afternoon.
yes.
We can't put the placard with the bus number in the front window. We can put it on the side windows though.
Both
Okay.
sides.
Yeah.
Back.
We can do that.
Great. Thank you for being here as well.
Chair Taylor, Mr. Stoffer, do we have any, I know we sent parent square messages, I believe. Do we have any idea how many of those are received
Yep.
or?
We actually do have some good data on that. Tyler can actually show you how that data comes into play. So right now we know that it went out to 18,171 recipients out of, or excuse me, 20,000.
21,000.
21,000.
46.
Yeah, 46. 18,117 have looked at it.
That's gotta be a record, huh?
Parent Square, I think.
Parent
is a-
Square
I
is-
like Parent Square.
One of the things that's unique about it too is we can also see the venue in which they're looking at it. So if you look in the columns down below, you can see the mechanism that parents are choosing. There's emails, there's the app itself, and then you have the app users and how they're getting it through their app. So we get a lot of information from Parent Square on how our parents are consuming their information. You can also look at in the bottom right-hand corner that we know that 4 of those have had changed numbers because it failed to get to their number.
Only 4 out of 21,000 users.
In this one right here, yes. And up above it, there's another one that's 250 for the text messages. The one on the bottom is for the app, excuse me.
Okay.
The one on the right is for the text or the cell phones. So we had 350 that failed. So this is how we can look at how that information is going out. Going back to your other questions, it is a mechanism. There's still other venues and formats that we can still increase and do better at. But this is one that we do feel has a good foundation of getting out to the majority of our parents.
Trustees, are we ready for my only second question? I'm still on
Go
question.
for it, 'cause
Okay,
I got a
good.
couple more that came up too.
Okay, so my second question, and I'm going to switch over to our calls. How are we tracking parents that have called that have received no answer? So I would like for you to walk me through, do we know how parents, let me preface this. I have seen the call room. I know that they're there now.
Mhm.
I have physically seen with my eyes 20 different people in the phone, on the calls, talking to parents. Where are we at with, are we backlogged? If so, how many? Can you give me an idea of that progress? And then also the times by which we're answering phones right now. Okay, thank you.
Chair Taylor, I think there is definitely a difference from yesterday to today. So I think if you look at today's output of what we've been able to contact prior to today, we had 4 staff members that were answering phones from 7 until 5. Now our volume was fairly large, and we did have a track list of parents that we were.
I'm so sorry. When you say fairly large, because I just want to get really granular. I don't want to misunderstand. As in like back to back, we couldn't keep up. We don't even know how many, right? Like it just was a.
We're averaging in between 400 to 1,000 calls this last couple of days.
Thank you.
Today.
A day,
Mhm.
400 to 1,000, that's a pretty big spread.
It is.
though.
It is. And today we were well over those marks, but we were able to answer a higher percentage with what we did, as Dr. Russell talked about. We also spent this afternoon starting to work on the backlogs as well. We were able to free up 2 staff that were working on backlogs and just backlogs. We have been answering 12 lines pretty much from 7 a.m. to now. We're still answering phones at this point in time. When I came in here, we still had the 12 personnel that were in that office, and we also have 2 more from both our front desk and then in another office that are answering as well.
When those phone calls come in, how do they get to that room over there? Do they all come into one now? Because we haven't added any phone numbers that the parents know about, do they?
Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, what we've done is increase the capacity of that line to go to more phones. And so that line has a higher density of receiving calls. So it can receive up to 16 calls at one time.
That's okay. So now back to my question of, do we have a, like a system? Are we going to like say an issues list of like, this parent has called, they have not been assisted? Do we know what that workload is? Can we identify it?
Trustee Taylor and Chair Taylor, we do have a list of 400 right now that we are back working on. For the most part, the calls that we have been handling today have been responded to in a much quicker manner, at least attended to. Not all of the problems have been solved, but they have been received, and that we're creating the checklist on how to get through those.
Got it.
Our number one call in is to find out routes. That's the number one call in at this time.
And that leads me to my third question. On our website, I want to make sure are our websites on our route, or our routes on the website the most updated and accurate at this time?
Trustee Taylor, that that at this time they are.
And then let me address a rumor, because I've been told different. We have stopped changes to routes at this time, but we are open to making those again based on anything that we need to change for safety, or if we've missed a route or anything like that. Is that correct?
Chair Taylor, that is correct. And we've even made changes to some routes as we've done through the process, and have those pending to be updated in this weekend once we finish this week. We've already communicated with some of those parents who have filled out the the hazard forms that did require a new stop that came after the start of the school year. We have been working with those as well.
So that I have an understanding as I talk to parents, what are our thresholds for the distance a child can walk to a bus stop?
Yeah, for the state has identified it's 0.4 miles for an elementary student.
Can you just, how many feet is 0.4 miles? Does anybody know?
It's half a mile.
5,280 times 0.4.
What is it? 5,000?
280 times 0.4.
280 times 0.4. I can do the rest of myself. I just want to know feet. Thank you. Okay.
So, and then for our secondary students, it's 0.8 miles.
So that's the state guidelines. That what we're using?
That is what we used, and we did talk to the board about that
I remember.
previously. About those would be the norms that we'd be using.
But those might be the norms. Is there any chance of those norms changing?
If the board so desires.
All right.
Okay. Trustees, any more questions around my question so far? Or any more comments that need to be made?
Chair Taylor, Mr. Stoffer, I know those are some of the recommendations from the state. My understanding was we also have a rubric, though, that we look,
Correct.
if it says it's 0.8, but there are certain criteria, roads, other hazards. Could you maybe elaborate on how we gauge that?
Yes, so we have a form, and trustees, I just say, just to remember, this is also one of the board meetings that we presented to you, what we considered the rubric for a hazard stop. The board reviewed that. We gave a few examples to what that form would look like. There are 8 categories that we look at. I will be honest, I don't remember those off the top of my head at this point in time, but the 8 categories are reviewed.
Are those on the website?
The hazard form is not.
Okay, can somebody, Dr. Russell, can you email those to the board? Thank you.
It is in your board
Yeah, we got
packet.
to talk it last time.
But that has the
It
hazards,
does. Yep.
and there's nothing that's been updated. Those are still our
Oh, you
criteria.
weren't here last time.
Oh.
Mm-mm,
Yeah.
that's okay.
So Trustee Taylor, we did give some examples, and we did have some examples
okay, I'll
that
go
we filled
back.
out in the board packet in our last meeting as you approved the routes. We also continue to fill those in as we have received those requests. Now, There is a criterion based off of those. If the count, as they go out, if they find that there is X issue, then there's a rubric given. Here's one that was filled out previously, and this is just a mock one that we put together for you to look at. These are the categories on the left-hand side. It gives you the rubric for what considers high, medium, and low. At that point in time, that rubric is filled out by the transportation department, and a score is given at the bottom. At the bottom, that score is then placed into the next rubric. This one is a 20. The high needs or a high hazard area is a 21 or above, and that would allocate the district to create a new stop based off of 21 or above.
And are we using this rubric as people call us for stops that are hazardous?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Chair Taylor, trustees, just a reminder, this is something that as we were audited by the state last year, we didn't have available. So this is something that the state requires us to look through and be able to rate our routes and be able to show and demonstrate that.
Okay,
Okay, so here's I understand, sorry, trustee.
go for it. Nope, keep going. I'm on question 3. It's okay.
So I understand this, and I understand why it's necessary to have this, because you've got to have something to go by. I mean, you really do. But in another hat that I wear, we get a lot of complaints about traffic, and we get the experts that stand up and they say, well, the traffic count is not high enough to warrant a signal or a roundabout or wherever it might be. But then you talk to the people that are directly affected by the traffic at that intersection, and this thing just goes right out the window. So that's my question here, is there's a number of parents that we've gotten emails from in communication saying, my kid, because that's their life right there. It's not that they're not thinking about this or worried about this at all. If my kid has to cross this busy street, but you're telling me he only scores 19. That's my problem, is that how do we address those specific issues? Because I don't care if we spend another $10,000 and put in 800 more stops. The kid is the number one priority that we should be thinking about to make sure, to make sure that student is safe. So I get where you're coming from, and yes, this is necessary. We have to have a starting point, and we need something to look at to kind of get us to where we need to go. But the end result is, how do we deal with those situations?
And
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, great question. We already have a process that the board already has. It's in policy. It's our 4120 policy that the parent can appeal that process and bring it to us at the district level to review and go over that with their concerns. From there too, we can look at it and then readjust. And if we can override this, this transportation form.
I get it, and I understand that. But that appeal process is going to take about how long?
We have
Which I agree, we've got a
correct.
process in place, and we encourage people to use that process. But I'm talking about my kid at this, getting on the bus, crossing this busy street. If that appeal process can happen in the next 30 seconds, I'd be gladly to go through it. Make sure my kid can get on the bus.
am I
again.
to
And I'm
understand
sorry,
that we would
I'm
have
sounding
the
a little-
power to change this rubric? Guys, trustee comments are still coming. So would we have the power as a board to change this
Yeah,
rubric?
because we approved it.
Yeah,
last
that's what I'm saying. So I
Yes.
think if this is our desire, we could lower
No,
the
it's-
threshold of
Well,
this.
it's not necessarily a desire. I just want an
Mhm.
explanation, because this is the concern of the parents.
Sure.
Sure.
They could say, screw the rubric. We want to make sure my kid gets on that bus safe and gets to school. So I'm sorry, I get a little bit emotional, but when I hear parents coming to me saying, I'm not letting my kid out the door because his bus stop is down the road or across the busy street. So,
And-
sorry, go ahead.
May I ask a quick clarifying question about this rubric? So it has pedestrian safety and it talks about sidewalk, intersections and crossings, well-maintained, city reconstruction to traffic barriers. Where is I thought when we were looking at this last time, there was a road. Yes. So this is the interesting part here on this rubric. So it has severe speed bumps, speed reduced dips, smooth, well-maintained roads. Wouldn't it be So where is it on here where it talks about the volume of traffic? I
Hold on, just-
remember, the volume and speed, there it is.
Trustee Benz,
So
I'm sorry.
when is that being assessed? Is someone who is filling out that rubric there at that bus stop during the time when the children would be there to see what the traffic is like at that time? Or how are we assessing the volume of traffic? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but in addition to that, I want to give you an opportunity to answer that appeal question too. Like, how does a parent and how long does that appeal take? And what do I do in the meantime as a parent who's concerned about the safety of their kid?
Yeah. Trustee or Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, the process by the board definition has up to 10 days, but we don't want to do that. If we have that information, we're trying to move as quickly as possible to get through those as they come forward. That is a real concern that I understand. I mean, I have kids in school too. I get that component. So we want to move through them as quickly as we can. When the parents are notified that they want to appeal, I send them a link and they can fill out the form that's in the link. It's five questions that we ask, and then we get it returned. When they finish it, then I get it returned, and that's when we start the appeal process.
I guess what I'm hearing, because I wasn't at last meeting, is it possible that this rubric needs reevaluated? I feel like this is a board question, so I'm going to pose this question to our board. We approved this. So if this is not working, then we need to approve something different, because this is how we give them our guidelines when we create
Well, I'm
them.
not saying it's not working. My question is, again, it goes back to maybe the board needs to look at truncating that appeal process for this specific issue. You know, and maybe that process is the parent, you know, I don't want my kid crossing this busy street, or what happened to my bus stop that used to be right here and now it's a half a mile away, in the dark, in the snow, with all the traffic and everything else going on. Maybe the board should consider truncating that appeal process, and it goes directly to the transportation manager, I guess. I don't know what that, but I don't want that parent waiting 10 days or 5 days or 4 days. So
Yeah, I don't think that any of us want that. I think
No.
that we all share the same passion. I just, if we need to make this change, and that's what I'm hearing as we're asking the questions and we approved that, I really think that we need to be able to speak to, if we are wanting to say that for now something changes within this, I still think that that is a board decision that would need to be made. And go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, just to kind of reiterate, and Mr. Duffer may be able to elaborate. We have made numerous changes. I think what we're seeing now, just the current reality is the call volume, and we're so, until today, until we got more support, we're so overwhelmed with that. Even those requests for those safety things to address some of these, we weren't able to get to as quickly as we needed to. So it is part of that backlog that Mr. Duffer was talking. It's about something that we need to address, because we have to obviously get our system safer for kids and be able to review that. But that was part of the process of why it is taking longer for some parents. Because I sat down with a dad yesterday, same thing, and the same question. Kid was on Amity, thinks it's really too far, was worried about the traffic, the same kind of things. I know I sent it to our transportation manager, but he was one of numerous ones that had them already. So it's just trying to get that backlog, and I think that's where we have to work and get better.
Okay, so if I can get back to that question of the backlog,
hold on just a second, Chair Taylor. I think Trustee Ben's question about who goes out here and analyzes.
Okay.
Right, and then also a clarification, because if we are looking at perhaps revamping this or modifying it in some way, I would like to look at the road construction and infrastructure part, because it seems reversed to me on the rubric. But there's nothing, it mentions traffic volume and speed, but it just talks about the number of lanes and the speed limit, but it nowhere on here says, for example, I live on Second. Anybody who has to go down Second knows that at certain times of the day, it is a zoo. Those times of the day happen to be the same times of the day when the children are trying to get on the buses. But you go down there half an hour after and there's nobody. And so are we evaluating the volume of traffic at the time that the children will have to navigate these streets in some way? How are we assessing that?
Chair Taylor and Trustee Benz, the easy answer to that is we were doing this before school started. We did not have the volume that we currently have on the roads when those times were happening. Were we out on the streets? Yes. Were we there at the exact same times, both morning and afternoon of the buses? We were not.
Okay, and then if we are, so I know that we talked about this and we kind of glanced at it top high level because this was borrowed and modified from a standard form that other districts use, correct? So going back to that road construction and infrastructure, 3 points is severe speed bumps, speed reducing dips, drains, poorly maintained surfaces, lack of sidewalks. I understand the lack of sidewalks, but by golly, if there's a street that has dips that's going to slow the traffic down, that's a lot safer than if it's open and people can just go zooming through. And so I wonder if, I don't know if it's a working session or if we would just need to hammer out those details now to modify this to be a more effective gauge of the safety of the roads that we're assessing. I don't know. I guess that's just out in the ether. I don't know how that would happen. Chair Taylor?
Are you asking me how it would
Yeah,
happen?
you know
Okay,
how?
yep. So I think that, and this is what I'm trying to get at, I think that what we are asking or we are seeing is that there are some visible issues. I think for time's sake, because this is something that would have to be approved, we would likely need to have the administrative team bring it back to us immediately and quickly if this is something that needs to be voted on. However, I'm going to defer likely over to Chrissy because I was not here at the last meeting. So I am not sure what the motion was to approve this exact piece of
That
material.
was the motion.
What?
The motion was to approve
Was to approve.
bus routes as presented. The hazard form was just
That's what I'm asking. So it wasn't even a part of the motion.
correct.
Okay, so could
You could give them the directive.
to give them the directive. Got you. Okay, so if it wasn't part of the motion, we can give them to the directive because we just approved the route. So if there are concerns, I think that we could give that directive this evening of things that we want them to take into consideration.
And then just as a point of clarification, if I remember correctly, last board meeting, we talked about the fact that we would need to approve any route changes, but we could do that in bulk.
It is, we have in the consent
Consent.
agenda,
Yeah.
there's some updated bus routes this evening as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
I'm not done. I still have a couple of questions.
Around this,
Around this rubric?
Yep.
No.
is there any way that I could just finish my 5 questions, guys? I
Oh, you
really
said you
am
only
still.
had 2.
Well, I had left. I still had left. Thank you. Sorry, and I missed this because we just started talking about it. Out of those calls that you said we have backlog, what's our anticipated return time for those calls?
With our current volume that we have right now, with the support that we have, I do think within the next 48 hours, we'll be able to get through the majority, if not all of them.
Okay,
Does that include emails also?
That
What's the
does
backlog
include
on
that,
emails
yes.
and response time?
Mhm.
So we can lump the phone calls and the emails together.
We have them separated out of where they
But as
came
far
in.
as response
Yep.
time, backlog,
Yep.
about the
But there are people responding to both in that order.
They are working in that order right now, yes.
Okay.
okay. I also need to just confirm that if somebody is calling our transportation department, because I've heard a lot about the phone number, that if they are calling 208-498-0588, that they are going to be routed directly to our transportation department. And there is no other number out there circulating, or is there?
That is, Chair Taylor, that is correct. That is the number for the Transportation Department. In full disclosure, our department manager's personal cell phone got leaked out. And so people have been using our transportation manager's personal phone. And so that has been out there, unfortunately. But that is the number that you can call. That is the line that we just mentioned, that we now have a greater bandwidth as well to receive. And then we also have the staff that is answering those phones as well.
Perfect. Okay, so last but not least, I need you to walk me through the procedure so I am fully aware. Say that, not that we would ever misplace so many children at once, but I do know that it does happen from time to time. So child gets on the bus. Where is said child going if they are on the bus, do not get off at their stop, and the bus driver still has them? What is that protocol?
Great question, Chair Taylor. So the protocol that we have in place is, I'll start first with our secondary. So if we have some secondary students, that would be 6th grade to 12th grade. If they are on the PM route, which that is the greatest concern is the PM route, AM route, they're coming to us. So in the PM routes, as we have a secondary student that it misses their stops, our drivers are calling in to their dispatch and informing dispatch that they have a student that did not get off at their stop. At that point in time, dispatch for first students is reaching out to their parents and letting them know that they have their student and that they missed the stop. At that point in time as well, we are keeping the child on the bus, and we are taking them with us to their second leg because of the turnaround time for our first leg, which is the secondary routes to the elementary, is very minimal. We're informing them that they will be going with us on that elementary route. If it is an elementary student, and let me complete that, I apologize. After the elementary route is completed, then the student will be returned to the Columbia Transportation Center as the parent is aware that they will be notified that that's where they can pick them up.
Okay. Yes, go ahead. I have a follow-up to this one as well. I just don't want to lose it.
Yeah, if my kid misses his or her route, and hey, this is the case, can I meet them on a certain route, or does it have to be back to Columbia?
We have been using the Columbia as the main focal right now, but we have had conversations discussing, like, I'm going to be at X elementary school at this time. You can meet us at the elementary school and pick up your student from that spot as well. That has not been implemented yet, but we have been discussing that.
Man, so how will the bus driver know that little Johnny, Susie, whoever missed their stop? Is it just when someone says, hey, little Susie's still sitting here? Or what if 3 or 4 stops have gone by? Because I'm assuming that it's because the child doesn't know where to get off. So they may not know that they missed wherever they were supposed to be. How does that work?
Trustee Taylor, Trustee Benz, that process works is that we have that manifest. So it is one of those components where kids get on the bus. They have been given their route, and we're talking right now secondary, elementary, I think is a little bit different creature. But for the secondary, when they get on, they are on the manifest list. And if not, we're adding their name to the manifest list by where their stop is. And the bus driver is trying to look and count those out. They have a check sheet that they have where they're counting and checking kids off the bus. The process is yes, if they've gone beyond that route, and Timmy, we maybe in the back where you can't see because he's hiding behind the seats. That's when the bus driver, as soon as they're aware, is when they're starting to notify dispatch that somebody has missed their route.
I'm sorry, just not to put too fine a point on it, but if little Timmy gets on the bus and you say, Timmy's here, check, but there's no little Timmy gets off the bus at this route, why are we moving on to the next stop?
Taylor, Trustee Benz, because we're moving on to the next stop because we have families that are waiting at the next stop for the students. What we saw yesterday occur is we actually did have some buses started circling, which delayed the stop. And then the parents were concerned that the bus wasn't coming by the time the bus got there. So it does not allow us to get through the route appropriately. And I think that's what we talked through yesterday, why our procedure would be for an elementary student, if they miss that stop, that we keep them on the bus, that we continue our other stops to make sure that those students get to their appropriate place and then bring them back to school so we could call the parents. It created a backlog, and that's what we saw was by the buses being so delayed, they weren't at the stop, so the parents began to leave their call here, and it created more and more issues because we had more and more kids missing stops or parents not picking them up and wondering where they were at.
Well, I don't know. I'm not, I think there's a piece of information that connects these two pieces of information that I'm missing. So if the bus driver knows that little Timmy didn't get off the bus because he's not checked off on the manifest, but he's checked off that he entered the bus, then at that bus stop where little Timmy's supposed to get off, you do the whole Bueller thing, and Timmy doesn't get off the bus, why aren't alarm bells sounding then? Does that make sense?
I think it does. I just think that even before this, you have situations where little Timmy didn't get off the bus even before first student with brown bus. I think that there are just oversights. It's human error.
Right.
So I just needed to know I believe that the manifest helps and assists in this problem. My question was about if the child does not get off the bus because it happened before now, like I've seen this issue happen before. I need to understand where that child is going long-term. So I think in a perfect world, as long as the bus driver, and please correct me if I'm wrong, has checked their manifest and is aware of little Timmy's stop, and this would be 5th grade down, because we do not have the same protocol 6th grade up, correct?
It's a little bit different, yes.
Right. But 5th grade down, that should be how it works. But I don't know that every bus driver checks that. Like, I can't foresee that or make that happen right now. So I need to know in the event that there is a human error or Timmy does hide or 12 people get off at that stop and the bus driver did notice that, which I think happens now with teachers, parents, bus drivers. I just needed to know where that child was ending up. So that was why I asked the question, to give you clarification from where I was coming from.
Okay.
I do believe, but go ahead, Mr. Stopper,
Trustee
and maybe
Taylor,
that
there's
assists
one
you.
other piece that I think connects. And again, it's not, again, there's things that need to be done better. I think that's the piece that we're all talking about, trying to improve the system.
Yes.
One of the things right now is for our bus drivers need to also learn to know who those kids are and building that relationship. Being day 2 right now, they don't know some of them. And so that is some of the reason. I'm not saying that it's what it should be or why, but I'm just kind of giving a few of the reasons that they're still learning the kids. And they're trying to get more acquainted with truly where their stops are. And so I think that plays a role into it. Again, I'm not trying to make an excuse on that, but I think it plays a role.
Oh, it's
Right,
a real,
no,
it's a reality.
It's a reality.
It's a reality. I'm still, I guess I'm stuck on the process. So if we know that little Timmy didn't get off the bus, so that's our trigger to call the dispatch, say, hey, little Timmy missed his stop. But we're using the manifest to trigger that call. There's something in this process that's not making sense to me, because if we're supposed to use that manifest to say little Timmy got off, check, and we're at Timmy's stop, but we don't check it, is it that we're not checking it every stop, or is it, I mean, how does that work? Because to me, if we're checking the manifest every stop and we're checking off every kid that gets off, then we wouldn't get to the next stop to realize that Timmy wasn't checked off. I'm just trying to understand the process if the manifest is the check.
Oh, I get what
think
she's
trying
saying.
to say. It appears as though we're checking them onto the bus, but we're not checking them back off.
That's what I think she's trying to say. Is that the case?
Trustee Taylor, I'm going to really have to kind of defer that one kind of to our first students representatives. They understand that process a little bit more with their drivers. The answer is we have been working on that process, and today was the one that we really unpackaged the check in, check out. So today was our first day. So there was a varied approach being day 1 to that. I'm assuming, just kind of looking over at Greg, you have first day unpackaging it. You probably had some levels of proficiency that were dependent upon different drivers. So the idea is to do what you're talking about, but is it being done with fidelity at this point in time? The answer is probably not, because it's a new process that we're putting into place.
Okay, and then I guess if that's not the
Did that answer
process, then do we just call when the
So I think what I don't know how much you were able to watch before you came in. I think that we spent the beginning of the meeting acknowledging that there were holes in that process. And since we now know that there are holes in that process, they went over how they are rectifying those holes. I get that, but I still am not solved that we are not going to have other issues.
Yeah.
So I believe that this is not the last issue. I'm going to say this for everybody to hear. I don't believe that this is the last issue that we're going to have with busing. I believe they're going to get better every day. So I don't think any human is perfect. By no means do I think that every single child will be checked off every time. Do I think it should be happening? 100% I do. If my kid was lost, but the fail safe is what I need to know. And that's why I asked the
Hold on.
Whoa. I fully understand how important it is to lose a child, and I am absolutely here for that reason. But what I'm not going to do is, we are all here. We want to listen and we want to solve those problems. But we do hear that children were lost.
Okay.
And we worked late into the night for that, and we do not think it's acceptable.
Okay.
So Chair Taylor, I think the fail-safe is now, if that situation occurs,
Correct.
that student's going back to a school.
And that's what I needed to understand. That's the
We
way
know
the
where that
process
kid's
is
gonna be.
supposed to work. We understand how it's supposed to work. We understand the frustration when it doesn't. I need to know when it doesn't work, where I'm gonna find that kid.
Okay. But
yes,
when that
and-
kid goes back to the school, dispatch is notified. Is the school
This.
notified also to make sure that there's somebody there?
Yes.
It could be 5:30, 6 o'clock. by the time they
Correct.
get back.
Excuse me, correct. Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman. Yes, we have our principals and administrators are all on their phones looking for those messages we send to them, and we call them and let them know that they're coming back. And they have the expectation that they will be there to receive them.
Because if not, drop them off at my house. There are always somebody at my
Right.
house who will take care of them.
So, perfect. Did that answer your question?
Well, yes and no. So I know that they're going to wind up at Columbia. I don't know what is going to trigger that call back to dispatch. That's what I'm still unclear about.
Perfect.
What's going to trigger that call back to dispatch? Is it little Timmy standing up and saying, "Hey, I'm still here"?
Well,
When-
it's
yeah.
when that driver realizes that that child didn't get off the stop. And to answer your question, when you sit there and say, well, the driver can sit there and check each kid off, you got to remember some of these stops are on busy highways
Mhm.
and there's a safety aspect involved. So you can't just sit on a busy highway, block all of the traffic and sit there and check off 16 kids. What's going to end up happening is as the driver gets to know the kids, gets to know their name, because right now, as the driver's talking to the kids, they still don't know all of the names. Some of the kids don't know their last names. So that's a challenge for the driver when you got 70 kids on the bus. But to answer your question, they'll realize it as soon as they start going through the route and they realize the kid's still on the route, and then they'll call in the dispatch, and then we'll go through the protocol that we discussed last night.
Okay, does that satisfy your question?
I think that's about as close as I'm going to be able to get for right now.
Okay,
But one thing you will, one thing you will see is when we do start rolling out the technology and the kids do have the RFID card, the card will essentially, when the kid checks in with the card, we're at that stop, it's going to pop up a window and tell you who's supposed to be getting off. And if that child's not getting off, it's going to alert the driver, hey, the child's still on the bus. So that technology will really solve the problem, and it's coming.
Do we know when? Did we already talk
October.
about that? October, okay.
So there's different phases of the technology. Obviously, we've started up this contract really fast. And so there is a phase-in process of all the technology. So first we'll introduce Driver Hub, which is navigational tablets that give drivers turn by turn, so drivers do not get lost. And then from there, also the parent app is rolled out in conjunction with that. And the District View app is rolled out with that. So the district can see every bus where it's at in live time. From there, we'll roll out the RFID technology. We'll install it on the bus. We'll pilot it. We'll ensure it's working properly. We'll train all the drivers and we'll do a full rollout. We anticipate that to be sometime very late in the year, early in the new calendar year.
Okay, I'm not liking these timelines, but can I ask you this question on
Sure.
the software? Does one precipitate the other? One has to happen before the next one happens before the next one? Because for me, that RFI would be first in line.
Yeah,
But I don't know if that's possible with the technology. Does
the
the driver turn by
tablets.
turn have to be first? And
Yes.
then,
That tablet is crucial. Well, it won't work without the tablet.
okay, so how can we move that timeline up? How can you move that timeline up?
We can definitely discuss it with our technology team and partner with
I think
Courtney.
that's
and-
something that I think we should prioritize, moving that tech. If that's what we're
If it's a
relying on,
possibility.
if that's
yeah.
what our parents and our patrons are relying on, some of that technology that
Yeah.
we've said that's what we're gonna have, then I think waiting until December or January is way too long.
Yeah, our caution is we don't want to roll out technology until we pilot it and make sure that we've worked out all the kinks with the routes and the updates from Traversa. That's a critical part of that technology and the rollout. The last thing we want to do is roll out technology and then have some hiccups where on the parent app, the parents are tracking their bus and it's not tracking the bus
Yeah, I
properly.
get that. There's always.
guys, we're actually going to take a quick health break because we have to be able to hear what you're saying so that we know how to move forward. So we are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute health break so that the room can regroup. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Guys, it is 7:28. We are going to start again. I want to remind, just in case we have anybody new who has come to the table, if you want to speak, please make sure that you sign up in the hallway right there. We are leaving a sign-up sheet out tonight, so you can sign up at any time. I also want to remind everybody that we did change the agenda tonight, and we are still in the Q&A portion of our presentation from our administrative team. So I am going to go ahead and start back where we left off with Trustee Kirkman.
Yeah.
Mid-question, and I will ask Mr. Stoffer and our representative for First Student to go ahead and take the podium again.
I do have a quick question, if you could just answer it. No?
We can't, it's out of procedure for us, but you'll want to address it during public comment.
How much longer will this Q&A go on?
Right.
That's the question.
As long as
As long as it takes to get through.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
so I had a question about the backlog that was answered, about the emails and things. I did have a question come to my attention during the break from a member in the audience about the route numbers on the buses. Do those change in the afternoon? They're the same? Should they change at all? What if they are different? Because I'm pretty sure that happened.
The route number?
Yeah, on the bus, the black SO4 route number.
The route number shouldn't change. If we change buses, they're supposed to change the route number.
Is it possible that that didn't happen?
It is possible.
Okay, so we're gonna work on making sure that that doesn't happen again.
We're going to go back with the suggestion of the board of the route numbers in the window.
Okay. Probably Courtney, a question for you and maybe even Dr. Russell. So the staff at schools, when the buses are coming, I know that there are certain staff that are designated by administrators at the school for bus duty. What does that training or orientation look like for those staff that have bus duty, both in the mornings and in the afternoons, both at elementary and secondary?
Yeah, Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, it looks a little different per each site and per the protocols each school has developed for their system. And part of that has to do with their parking lot, part of it has to do with the parent pickup is, part of it has to do where the bus pickup is. Each principal is organizing and works through their process and then works with each one of their staff members as they teach that process to each one of their staff members. So there's a little bit different just based off of your site. Having been both at high school and elementary as a principal, you curtail it to the needs of that building that you're serving in. And so there's different processes and they look for manners to refine it and get better at it as well.
And that was what I was saying, Dr. Russell?
Yeah, Trustee Kirkman, or Chair Trustee Kirkman, not too unsimilar. It does vary. Typically, what it would be for students arriving to school is there is a duty that needs to be out so that the students can get off the bus. They usually come in a certain hallway. Students then either go to the cafeteria to get food or they go out to the playground until the bell rings. That's typically an elementary arrival. Dismissal, again, it varies by the school, but roughly teachers have bus numbers, route numbers, where you know that these 6 students go here, these 8 students go here, these 4 students go here. Walkers and bikers are usually dismissed first, and then busers are usually a little bit right after that. Busers go to a certain designated area within the school, and all the students who go to this bus start lining up, and there's some duties there that are typically, I've seen that done outside some schools. Sometimes it's done in a gym. Sometimes it's done in a hallway. However, it depends on the school. Then when the bus comes, somebody is sitting there waiting for the buses to arrive, and they usually radio in, "Hey, bus so-and-so is here." And then that bus starts getting walked out with the adults onto the bus and gets loaded that way.
Okay, so the manifest that the bus drivers have, they get the day before, and that might be refined over some time, on what that looks like. Are the teachers who are on bus duty, do they have the same manifest? Does that get emailed to them? Do they have that when they walk out for bus duty?
Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, yes, they get that every morning. The principal and the office manager are sent that manifestation.
So bus duty teacher who has, or a staff member who has bus duty can literally, in my simple mind, stand there and say, okay, here's Timmy, here's Johnny, here's getting off the bus. Wait a minute, and then maybe just do a little informal follow-up, or, if that student doesn't get off the bus. I know that things will get better. I absolutely am understand that. But I'm just looking at how some of those changes could be made. Go ahead, trustee Benz. I forgot what I was-
If you don't mind, can we back up just a touch because it links with this to the route numbers? So I have the Sherman Elementary route up in front of me because that's where my baby goes. And so I've spent quite a bit of time looking at these routes. And there was confusion when we went to the parent night, the open house, and you're supposed to put in the bus number, route number. And I was like, I showed the teacher, I'm like, which number is the one that I need to put here? She's like, I don't know. And those have changed since then. And the question that you were asking is, does the number change from the morning to the afternoon? And on the documentation that I'm looking at right now, Tyler, is there any way you could put the Sherman ones on there just so that people can see what I'm looking at and it makes sense?
Tyler, it's in the updated bus route under the consent agenda.
Yeah, but there's 232 pages there.
If you go to the website though, and you go to the transportation department, so I'm just trying to follow the steps that a parent would follow.
Yeah, no,
and
I
try
like
to
that
look
you're
at
doing
what
that
the
too, 'cause that was
parent-
the next.
Yeah, what a parent would
district
see.
website.
Yeah, so if you want to even put up the district website, the home page, and then follow the clicks so that those watching from home and in here on the screen can follow along.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
So Paul, you guys are looking that up. Is there a place on the website where we can just put in an address of our home and know exactly which?
Thank
bus
you.
we're
That
on?
was my next question.
Chair Taylor, trustee Jennings, that is something that is coming. It's one of those things that actually First Students has in pilot right now, and we hope to have that when that pilot is completed. The connection is not there yet, but it is coming.
Okay, yeah, so if you go to the departments and the transportation, you have to go to district, departments, transportation to get where I got. So from the drop down at the top is where I went.
It's showing there's a link on.
Oh, there's a link.
right on
Okay,
the
so
page.
you can go right there, I guess, go there. And then if you scroll down and you go to the elementary bus routes and you expand that, you just go down to Sherman and you click on that. And if you see that PDF there, there are numbers at the top of each of these routes. There's run and SES. It took me a minute the first time I looked at this to understand that this is Sherman Elementary School. And it has AM 101, vehicle 2420, and all of the vehicles appear the same in these ones. And then the description S04. Scroll down, to the PM where it has run PM, and we're just going to look at that same thing.
Now it's 201, right?
Yes. And so my question as a parent, and I don't know if anybody else stumbled across the same thing, is which one is my route number? Is it the 201 or is it the S04?
SO4.
None of these are actually labeled route number.
I know, that's,
Correct.
but that's what we just learned today, is that SO4.
Is that what we're talking about?
So
But-
take off the description and put route number.
But we still have a vehicle number right here.
That's the one that doesn't change.
But
Yeah, it
But-
does
Yeah,
change.
you
It
gotta
does-
get rid of it.
the vehicle number has to be gotten rid of here. So where else do we have vehicle numbers published?
Or do we need them on this?
No, we
Right.
And if you scroll up, actually, Tyler, on this one, this is the fun part. So if you scroll up, and you'll see this third one. Oh, never mind. It is the same. I thought it was N04, but it's N07, and then the bottom one is N07. So I guess the route stays the same.
the route stays the same.
But this, I'm sure, caused a fair bit of confusion.
I'm sorry, and we talked about this an hour ago for the sake of time. and
Yeah,
folks
we
who wanna be
talked,
here.
we talked about through this.
And the teachers, though, but going back to what Trustee Kirkman was just talking about, have the teachers now been clarified on this is?
Yeah, everybody has.
Okay,
We've
good.
gone solely to route numbers and it's mandated by the state. So that was covered.
Okay,
But this does lead me to, are vehicle numbers going to be removed from things like this and how soon? Yeah, yesterday.
Trustee Taylor, we can get these removed. We're working on creating the report. This was again, not.
I realize you
not
can't
done
update
well.
everything in 24
We
hours.
understand that.
Yep.
It was a report that was pulled as we had access to the report. We published it because that was the way the report was built. We have to modify the way the report was rebuilt. We'll take it off. We're working on that
Okay.
right now, fixing the report mechanism.
Just curious, were those two numbers used more so for the bus drivers to know which vehicle they're getting in and what route they're doing? Is that why we have a combination of the both?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, yes, that was the original intent. It's more designed for the drivers, and that's what that was. That's more built for them. We're working on, like I said, adjusting it for the parents. Recognize that was a mistake that needs to be corrected.
Okay.
Okay, probably a question for you, Greg, and I forget your last name.
Newman.
Newman, Mr. Newman. So got the scanners on the buses. That was one of my questions, RFID. I think that's, and David asked questions about the map route plugin. Okay, so I want to ask about the training of your drivers.
Sure.
How long before, and I know that it was a matter of getting the buses, getting the decision made, getting, and I understand all that. So once the decision was made of giving first student a contract, you went right into high gear, getting people on board, so on and so forth. How long, and we got some updates from Dr. Russell about the staffing and whatnot. So I want to dig in a little bit to the training of these bus drivers.
Sure.
How many came as experienced bus drivers? 90 out of,
This is Lance Lackey. He's our regional safety manager.
okay.
Hey, Board. So we started off with about 102 plus that came to us incumbent, and then we slowly started losing a few to the previous company. They were offered a little bit more routes.
Okay.
Then we finished with 91 incumbents. We have 45 in our training program. We have 3 in the process of finishing their on the road, and possibly will be certified CDLs by the end of Friday or end of this week. And then we have probably another 15 that finished and gotten their learner's permit and are starting the process. Generally, it's about a 6-week process from the beginning. Once they get their CLP, to get into the classroom, which is about 20 hours of classroom, 7 to 10 hours on the skill station, and another 16 to 20 hours on the road, depending on how quickly they pick it up. And
Okay.
can get the
And that's the formal training for
That's-
whatever is necessary to get a CDL. Okay, what about the training specific to the routes?
So what normally happens with incumbents when we get a contract like this, they go through about 4.5 hours of training, of classroom training. They take an
What does that
exam.
look like?
So that goes over unloading and loading, railroad crossings, fundamentals of the bus, a lot of things that they don't get the 16 hours a new person gets because they already have that knowledge. It's just a refresher. And then we give them the exam to test their knowledge of where it's at.
Okay.
Everybody has passed their test, and we provide that actually to the state of Idaho Education Board. They require us to provide that for them. So we've completed that, and then they go on to a skill station. We run them through a skill station for about 30 to 45 minutes, checking their skill set. If they need additional training, we provide it at that time, and then we take them on the road for an hour and a half evaluation of their skill set as well.
Okay, but what about driving the route?
So the route, we do a dry run, which that was on Thursday. Normally, we have a lot more time for them. We get the routes a lot sooner, and they're able to drive that, and then any challenges, we can correct that. Unfortunately, they did their dry run on a Thursday. They started school on
Picking up kids on Monday.
So it's not a normal process that we normally go through.
And I think this is before you, go ahead and finish.
Yeah, so we did dry runs on Thursday. We did a follow-up dry run on Friday, and those drivers that needed additional time, we did dry runs on Saturday and Sunday as well.
Okay. I wondered why I was seeing buses out there on Sunday. Now I know it, but let me just, again, on the, go ahead. I gotta finish my-
If time wasn't of the essence, is there a difference in the amount of dry runs that you do? So say that somebody were to start a different route, how many dry runs does a driver naturally get?
Typically, we do 2. And if there's changes needed, we'll have them go out and dry run the changes. One of the challenges we had, obviously, we did a lot of school reboundaries.
Yeah.
And we did tiering of the schools. And we also we did the tiering of the schools, and we also changed up every route. So typically, year over year, drivers are driving the same exact routes. So the dry runs here historically have been easy. They're driving the same route they drove last year. The routes this year are completely different.
Yeah, and I think we all understand that. Is it possible for a driver to request additional time, like maybe go out there on a Saturday, pick up a bus, or even a Friday and pick up a bus and drive it on, do another dry run?
That was routine. We did that.
I have one more question. Say that a driver drives their route. Is it often that a driver will come back to you with route suggestions?
Yes.
Okay.
And so they came back with suggestions. We had Rebecca come into our office, sit down with drivers, and go through a bunch of the suggestions. There's still some that we're working through and some that the driver's still bringing to us, but that was part of the process.
And Rebecca is
Our transportation.
well, I know who she is.
Yeah,
I want the
transportation
public to know
director.
who she is. Okay.
One more question to expand upon that further. Moving forward, I would assume that always happens, right? Your driver's like, how do you guys cultivate information? We're past this hump, but say 6 months from now, there's a change. Is that often that your drivers will come to you about their routes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
I mean,
that's
that was it.
routine.
Got it. Just wanted to make sure.
And if you so routinely, the district will make changes typically once a week. They'll make the change. They'll send us the route on Friday. We'll dry run it if needed. Sometimes they just add a student, not a stop, and there's no need to dry run. And then we'll run that route live on a Tuesday.
All right. So we completely understand the truncated time frame of getting the buses in, getting the drivers hired, getting them trained, and getting them going yesterday. Did First Student ever express any concern to the district about that short time frame, or was it just, don't worry, we will make it happen?
No,
type of a thing?
there were some concerns. When we were dry running the routes, we did have some safety concerns.
Like
And,
what?
Well, we're having kids cross the road to pick them
Okay.
up. So we worked with the district to change as many of those as possible prior to the first day of school.
And the reason I'm asking this is that you no longer, or the contractor no longer has control of the routes.
Yeah.
That was one thing that the district took, is control of those routes. I want to make sure that the communication is open, and I'm sure it is. I'm not suggesting that it wasn't, and that the district didn't listen to any of your suggestions. I just want to make sure that that we know that if you have concerns, that you are expressing those or communicating to those districts, and we're making those adjustments as necessary.
Yeah, we're working actively with the transportation department to make the changes, and they've been great at making the changes. But there were quite a few changes, and it was a little challenging.
All right, I get that.
Because you've got the drivers on the road, Trustee Benz and then Trustee Jennings.
Just to follow up on that. So I know that we have a bunch of updated routes. It's part of the consent agenda. Do those updated routes reflect the feedback, the kind of the lessons learned from these ones? How updated are the routes that we're looking at today, I guess is what I'm asking.
The ones that you, Trustee, or Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, the ones that you have right now were as of yesterday. The conversations that you just heard happening, they were the ones that we've been working on. So they're yesterday's updated information that we shared together. That's what we put in the board packet for the board to consider.
Yesterday morning or yesterday evening?
It was yesterday at, it's actually on the printout that's in there. It's at the bottom of it. So I know it was in the early morning, but it's in the bottom of it. There's a timestamp
But
on
we
it.
had already seen some issues
Yep.
arise.
Yep.
Okay.
The timestamp on the one in the packet is 8:17.
So Monday, and again, there's just been a lot. 1:43 p.m. Okay, Monday at 1:43 p.m.
Okay.
I do have a question for you gentlemen. The dry runs that they were doing, did they do them at the time they were expected to be going out?
Yeah, so we ran them in live time. So if the route was supposed to run at 6:30 in the morning, we were running it at 6:30 in the morning.
The feedback from the drivers was that they were able to hit their marks, and then come the first day of school, we just had so much traffic that we got kind of backed up, and
Yeah, typically on the first week of school, you have a lot of parents bringing kids. So there,
Right.
there is significant traffic. Where we experience time concerns, we did communicate that to the district.
Was there anything else that you wanted to add to that? Or?
No.
No. Okay, just making sure.
And just when the bus drivers are providing feedback on the routes, is it just the time concerns and the expediency of the routes, or are they saying, hey, we're running into a lot more traffic on this road than it reflects in the rubric or whatever? There's what are they looking for, and what kind of feedback do they provide?
Yeah, so there's several things. Number
Mhm.
one, can we hit the time? One of the main concerns that we run those dry runs for is safety.
Mhm.
Obviously we're all parents. We want to make sure everyone's kids are safe. So I don't want kids crossing busy roads. And so we want to pick them up on the right side of the road so they don't have to cross the road. And that was a lot of the feedback and a lot of the changes that we gave the district.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think Trustee,
Yeah, I just got a point to touch on that you just mentioned. So there are some schools that are kind of encompassed within busy roads.
Yep.
And it also falls within that 0.4 miles or 8 miles, that there's a possibility the kid might have to cross that road because they don't live far enough away to get a route
Is it
to pick them up.
Isn't it 1.5 miles? Is that
No.
No,
Point
that's-
four,
that's
point
separately.
eight.
It's, yeah.
4.8?
So the
0.4
concern
or
being,
0.8.
if they're over on the other side of the busy
0.4.
road and maybe they only hit
0.8.
17 points on this rubric, are they expected to walk to school across the busy?
Yeah, I'll tell you, we don't have visibility to the rubric. They
Okay.
give us the routes and we run the routes and we make sure those stops are safe. If they're not safe, we give the feedback to the transportation department. And depending on the severity of the issue, they fix it as
we'll make
fast as
those
they can.
adjustments. That's what we wanted. That's
Yeah.
what we got. We
Yeah.
got control of the routes.
Yep.
So Mr. Sizemore doesn't know that I was going to call him out on this, but I did listen to one of your videos online, and the video I'm referring to is when you were telling the public about the pause in responses to or from the transportation department. And that's when I got a couple of concerns from parents during that time. And I had to explain to them that there was a pause during responses from and this was on us, from the transportation, because you were out doing dry runs. My question is, what would that have made? Why? I mean, why would we pause the responses from the transportation department during the dry run training of the drivers when there are really two separate things there?
Sure, Taylor. Trustee Kirkland, my understanding was a dry run is done based on a route with certain stops. So they go out and they practice that as they mentioned there today. Part of that is to get the timing down, to understand where the route is. If it's changing daily, my understanding was that was difficult on the drivers. So the idea was to let's start and get our drivers so they could actually practice their runs, so that we could have a better first day. And then, take in some of the feedback that we're getting and try to have to make some adjustments as we need to, like we were beforehand. But my understanding was there had to be some sort of pause so that we could stop, because we were making adjustments, I believe, daily, as far as I understood. And I think it was a training thing.
Okay, and I appreciate that explanation, and that makes sense to me. I think that those who were expecting responses and not getting them, and then my explanation, well, I think there's a pause. There was no connection made as to why that was. So I appreciate that explanation.
So for some of the safety concerns that were critical, we did make those changes. The district did make those changes, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing dry runs on
With that dry run.
Saturday and Sunday.
Right, okay. Trustee Taylor, or Chair Taylor, I believe that's all I have for now.
Trustee Sue, any additional questions
No, I would have a comment, but
for your trustee Jennings?
Did you guys recognize any issues transferring the staff, the drivers from Columbia to your facility on time to be able to get out and run their routes in the morning?
Initially, we did. One of the challenges that we faced here is we actually have buses at 2 lots, and we're doing shuttle transfers to both lots. So getting that timing down to ensure they have enough time to board the bus, get the bus over to Amity and Madison, unload that bus, and get those drivers out on route on time was a little challenging with the different traffic patterns for the first couple days of school. We did adjust this morning, but even on the first day of school, all of our buses left the lot on time.
Okay.
Wait, so
But we
there's
wanted
two
to give
lots?
them some extra time.
That was my next question. So, Mr. Stoffer, can you update us where we're at on the lot over on Amity and where we're at in progress with that?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Board of Trustees, where we're at right now is that the first part, we talked about the lot and the phases that we would be having for our bus facility. The first phase was to be able to open up for the buses and our larger buses, which we were able to move over on Saturday over from the south to our bus lot. First Students also in helping us with this because we have another phase that would be able to complete the back part of that building to increase the parking lot size for both the employees and the other smaller buses. That is still in progress right now. First Students at their shop, which they maintain and have the rights to the shop, had enough space to be able to move those buses over there. So that allowed us to take everything off of South, as we talked to the board about, to make sure that we had those facilities. There you do have a picture of what it currently looks like right now. That's the first part, the first phase that we have been talking about. Literally been moving mountains of dirt to be able to make this accomplishment, but we were able to make that timeline for phase one. Phase two will be coming, and we'll give you some more updates on that. I will have those, and we'll be able to get those in a weekly output, but that's where we're at right now.
But he mentioned Madison.
Yep. So
more buses on Madison?
First Students had part of the contract, they maintain their own maintenance facility. So their maintenance facility is on Madison. And so they had some land at their maintenance facility that they were able to place the buses there. It's First Students. They have been helping us in this process.
So they're moving staff from Columbia over to Madison and staff from Columbia over to, is there no
To the
room at Madison
transportation.
to park for staff to park?
No. We are getting closer to that. We do have our timeline that we shared with the board was in October. We are ahead of schedule right now, and I say ahead right now because obviously in construction there's always little things that can come into play, but we are ahead of that schedule as of today. We're very excited about the progress that has been made on our facility, and we do believe that we will be able to have everything over there in a relatively short window from what we started.
I just didn't realize we were using Madison. I thought everything was at Amity. Okay, great.
No, but Trustee Taylor, again, that's just going back to the partnership that we've been
Yeah, that's
developing. They've been
fantastic. Hey,
helping us
whatever's
out.
working, that's
Yeah.
all we want is the end result.
All right, Trustee Jennings.
Mr. Stoffer, actually one for you, bud. So we had mentioned that if a secondary student stays on the bus, they're going to Columbia.
Mhm.
When the staff is sent to the Amity Yard, is that where they're going to be headed to?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, no, before they go back to their yard, they would drop the student off at the Columbia site, and then they would go back to their bus.
Okay.
They would drop the bus back off at the facility.
So just a clarification, were you asking about currently, or were you asking about once everything gets moved to Amity?
Right, no, currently they're going
Okay.
to Columbia,
Okay.
and I didn't know after all the staff is then in place there at the bus barn, is that where the students are going?
Yep.
Is to Columbia?
Correct.
So after the
After
move
completion,
to
we
the-
have
then-
everything routed, yes.
Then everybody,
Mhm.
then pick up your kids at Amity.
Nope, they're staying at Columbia.
No, once the operations, I appreciate the clarification. I understood your question different. So in the future, when everything is completed, what will happen is that Columbia component will be closed. All operations will then move over to the new bus facility, and that will be where the students will be
back
delivered.
to.
Yes.
Okay.
So it'll be
Any-
on the same site. We won't be taking to a second site.
So I'm curious, you had made a comment earlier, you said there's a different protocol for elementary and secondary students as far as the check-in. Would you explain, because we've gone into detail with the elementary.
Yes.
What is the secondary protocol?
So the secondary protocol is what we just talked about. What I was referencing is that when the secondary students have missed a stop and we're calling in, we're letting parents know that they're staying on the route with us until the completion of the elementary. That is the difference between elementary and secondary. Elementary, you have the added layer of the tags that have the colors and the bus routes on them. And also when they complete, if they've missed a stop, we're taking them back to the home school where the principal or admin designee is receiving them. So that's the difference between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Trustees, any additional questions? No?
There wouldn't be if you quit asking that question.
Sorry, just want to make sure because this is the time that we have for it.
I have one more question if we're moving on from this topic.
We will be. So it can be addressed again in our public comments. And I am going to walk the public through the agenda and how it works. But this is the last place that we have for questions on this evening. So I really want to give you guys time.
Well, isn't it coming up in,
Oh, yes, it is in the superintendent report.
so I'll just reserve anything I might have, or something that might come up.
Clerk Lamont, correct?
They can come up there.
Okay, thank you.
Questions can come up at any time by the trustees.
They
That's
can.
how
I
do
just
that.
want to make sure
Okay.
that we have a,
Don't tell
yeah.
me when I can ask a question, when I can't ask a question.
Well, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, as long as it's on topic. Okay, anything else, trustees?
I just had a logistics issue.
Yeah, go for it. Do you want Mr. Stoffer back up?
Yeah,
Mr. Stoffer, thank you.
it's your lucky day. So as I had mentioned, I'd driven around, followed buses. I was that creeper guy in the white car following everybody.
Legit.
Bus C15 runs,
Killed Trustee Kirkman.
hang on there, bud. Bus C15 runs the PM route Valley. They have their last drop off according to the list at 4:20. That's roughly at Happy Valley and Airport Road. Yet at 4:27, they're supposed to be to Roosevelt Elementary. Why are we pulling a bus from one side of the city to run a route on the other side of the city? They didn't make it today. They were there at 4:52. I sat there and watched.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, appreciate that. I will get a better response to you after I go back and review that route.
And I'm sure there are others.
I'm sure there are
Noticed
others as
that
well.
one.
Yep.
That's my last question.
Okay. So next we are going to move into our comment section. In the order it goes, do we have Mr. Coffey here? Okay, we will start with the NEA. It then moves into trustee comments, and then we will move into public comment. How public comment works is when you come to the podium, we need you to identify yourself. So your name, your zone, or your address. Any of that is acceptable. You'll be given 3 minutes. You can watch that stream. After 3 minutes, the mic will go silent. I do believe that tonight trustees may have questions regarding something that you may say or needing additional information from you, possibly like a neighborhood, something along those lines. So we will direct those to our clerk to get your information if that's necessary at the time. And then after 3 minutes, we will invite that next person up to speak. Following that public comment, we will then move on into our consent agenda, go through our action items, and then back in the information items and reports, you can anticipate to see more talk about the transportation contract, or excuse me, the transportation issue.
Trustee, statements to, if they haven't signed up, please.
Yes, please. If you have just come in or have not signed up yet, if you want to speak, please sign up. There is still signage in the hall. If you agree with something that somebody says tonight, we really ask that you simply raise your hand. It is very impactful. It truly is. So if you agree with anything that they said, if you agree with their entire testimony, if you want to raise 2 hands, if you want to stand up, it really is very impactful for us. It really becomes less impactful if we cannot hear you, if it becomes an argument, if you're speaking over each other, we physically cannot hear you all up here or hear what's being said. With that, I will go ahead and
Sorry, Trustee Taylor, can I
Yes.
ask a quick question on the comments? So if the public, during public testimony, has questions that they want answered, what you're asking is that they ask the question during public comments, the clerk will take that question, and then when does it get answered, I guess? Is what
I
I'm
think
asking.
that to the very best of our ability, we will put them back in there in that sub-superintendent report. I don't know, and that's why I'm getting
So
clarification.
Dr. Russell, are you taking notes of questions
Yep.
that might come up that we can
Answer.
address during-
But I also think anything that we want directed, we need to be taking notes of as well.
Thank you.
Any other clarification before we proceed? you know, it's a changed agenda tonight so that we could put this at the forefront. So I know it's different. Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Russell, and we will invite our NEA up for comment.
Chair of the Trustees, Mr. Coffey, President from NEA, is here to share some comments.
In my notice to Secretary Lamont, I just limited my comments to the reopener because I saw that was an action item. So I will be happy to limit my comments to that and try and be brief because I've already spoken on the issue at least once before. I am happy on the one hand that it is an action item, but also a bit surprised because during negotiations 4 months ago, even in May, the representations made to us that in fact the district, the board collectively had agreed that the contract, the 23-24 contract was reopened. So to have it as an action item, I'm not sure what to make of that. I guess I hope that you pass the motion to reopen it, but I felt like that's actually going backwards in some way. To me, this issue is not complicated. It might be difficult because it involves money. Lots of what's happening here tonight is really, I think, goes back to money and chronic underfunding from the state. But this issue is about money. It's not complicated. We had an agreement. There was an agreement to negotiate in good faith regarding the extra money that was maybe going to come in. It did come in. The money was available. There's been no meaningful negotiations about that. That's what we've been asking for. If there's just going to be a plain refusal to actually negotiate regarding that money in good faith, then I would welcome that as well. At least we know where we stand. There's been lots of back and forth, again, since early May when the money actually was officially noticed that was going to come in. So I'm hopeful that we can still proceed and reach some resolution. But if not, I would like to know that. Thank you. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Coffey, trustees? No, not at this time. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we will move into trustee comments. Trustees, any comments or updates?
I have one. So I had emailed this. So those of you who are looking online, you'll see my comments in the PDF there. No, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. I had emailed it because I had anticipated not being able to attend. As many of you, actually, as anybody who has ever watched this knows, I teach in a different district, and tonight was the parent night. And so I had to be there for my parents and my kids, and I did not know if I would make it. So if you'd like to see the comments, they are online, but I'm also going to read it. And it's very important because it touches upon something that just was spoken about. So I just wanted to make the board aware of the fact that Mr. Coffey and I had coffee last week at his request. I'm new to this whole trustee game, and so I'm feeling my way through it. And so when he asked to speak to me in my official capacity, I said yes, because I thought that was what I should do. And I assumed that it was just going to be how are things going on the board? How are you enjoying your time? Because the Nampa Education Association had endorsed me as a candidate last fall. And that we did talk about that, but the conversation kind of veered away from that. And he asked about the reopener, and I told him I can't speak for the board. And I asked him to speak to Mr. Yarborough in terms of negotiating for that reopener. But I did feel that I needed to make the board aware of that conversation. There was nothing substantive within that conversation, but I needed to make everybody aware that it had occurred.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Benz. I appreciate that. Trustee Jennings, any public comment?
I think we're touching on everything I've been doing for the last couple of weeks, so I think I'll pass on comments.
And now we know who that creepy.
Yeah. So just because I have so many eyes and I have posted this online. So if you are in zone 4 and you are experiencing transportation issues, and I do believe that there will be issues even after tonight, and I would like those to directly come to me in my zone. So I'm letting everybody know that tonight. As many specifics as possible, you should anticipate me reaching back out to you. At this point in time, if I need to look at your bus stop, I'll be there. I really want to have eyes on this. A few things that I can give you guys updates on in my zone. I was able to go out to the new bus facility. I'm very impressed with the speed at which that work has been done. I do believe that the new bus facility will fulfill the need. I'm also impressed at the speed in which we've moved buses out and how well we were able to respond to the parental issues around where we were going to house the buses. Secondly, I was able to visit the Boys and Girls Club facility, and I am also in constant contact with them as far as busing times because those buses are showing up late, so there is an impact there. The club has been staying open late, so again, another great partner, just like our local law enforcement. But to give everybody an update there, I'm also following that very closely. I think that's it. I did notice and will be addressing that if you go to our website and you need to look up your zone, you're unable to, that tool is broken. I want to make sure that that tool is repaired, but if there's in question, email email the board. We are responding to all of those promptly. You're likely going to see, can we come? Can I look? You know, I need to get granular so we understand and we have good eyes and good view. I appreciate all the parents who've reached out to me in the last 48 hours. Please keep them coming. I do believe I've responded to everybody or called you back or have had that connection. I have also been in contact with the district since yesterday afternoon all the way through today. So this has my utmost attention. I also want to say just the sickness of everybody deserves to know where their children are. And that is my number one priority. And I know that we should not ever lose a child so that there is nothing lost upon me. So that would be it. That's all I've got today.
All right, I wasn't going to say anything until Mr. Coffey had made his comments. So his question or his confusion as to why we even have this on the agenda. That's what I want to speak to because I think it's very important that we do things, especially with negotiations, in public as much as possible. I know that the actual negotiations typically happen in executive session. However, I want the patrons, I want the public to know that this is what we're doing. And so even though that reopener clause was in the 23-24 contract and it automatically reopens negotiations if that threshold is met, I still think it's incumbent upon the board to make sure all of that is done in public so that everyone understands. And I will always fight for that. So,
Agreed.
and I also want to make a comment about social media. So I know it's frustrating and believe me, I do read a lot of all the comments that I can find on social media when it comes to especially topics like this. I know it's frustrating for people to put comments on there and not get responses from the people they expect a response from. And I'm talking about a trustee, and particularly myself. I do not respond and will not respond to comments on Facebook. Social media is not the place to have an intelligent conversation. So for all those listening that wonder why we never hear from Kirkman on Facebook, that's why. If you want a conversation with me, you can is it DM? I don't even know if that's the right word.
Email.
Email or DM or whatever. Yeah. And I will reach back out to you, send me an email, whatever it is, but you will not see me on Facebook trying to have an intelligent conversation on social media. And I think we all understand why, but I just wanted to throw that out there. But anyways, that's why. Or those are my comments.
It's been said, I want to make sure I reaffirm it to all the parents who have said, who are angry, who have emailed us, who have called, who have put stuff on social media. We hear you. This is not the normal turn of events for tonight. We normally have the public speak much sooner, but this was such an urgent matter that we wanted to bring it to the very forefront of this entire conversation. So we talked it through. Yes, most of you folks would already be gone and we would have already moved on to other things, but I really wanted to go back and talk about how we got to this place. You know, I'm a parent too. I see a parent that my kid plays football with. I see a parent that I saw at Lake Ridge the other day. Like, I am a parent like you. I have children that go on the bus that have the same stops as some of you. we got here, and I don't, you know, I feel bad for the district staff. They've owned this. They take responsibility for it. I recognize that, and I appreciate the fact that they're willing to do that and they're not willing to pass the buck. I know I got an email, I got a text message at 10 something o'clock last night about, hey, we're working through this route and we're talking through these things. We are talking about a societal issue. Our state legislator does not fund education. You know, we can add a lot more routes. We can do a lot more things. Our children are not bargaining tools. Our children are not bargaining chips. Fund education. And if I didn't stop myself right there, I would have cussed a little bit. Fund education. That's what we need to do. We need to make sure that kids are educated, kids are learning, kids are productive members of society. So we don't need as many police officers in the future. We don't need as many social workers and caseworkers and all these other things. I also wanted to dispel a rumor. I hear it all the time online that, oh, the other bus company was a $500,000 less. They weren't. There was one compliant bid. It's the entire process. That person did what they were supposed to do, that company. They gave us a variable cost and they gave us a fixed cost. That's what we were asking for. And all indications that we've seen so far before we even went out to this bidding process was that bid was going to be $1.2 million more than what we could afford to pay. So we did a lot. We've done a lot with what little time we've had, and there's a lot going on. So it's just a jumbled mess of notes I've got here, but we've got this contract for 5 years with First Student. We need to put our trust in these folks. We need to put our trust in the administration here to figure this out and do it right. And we need to find solutions. We need to work together as parents, as community members to say, this is what's not working. Can we please fix this? All these comments about, oh, you should have gone brown bus isn't going to help anybody. We're in this together and we need to figure this out together. So that's all I got.
I had forgot. I just wanted to add one last comment just because there is a rumor online. I do want to make sure that it is on record that I specifically have no relationship with First Student. The rumor is that somebody must. I want to go on record as saying that there is absolutely no personal relationship between myself and First Student and no known affiliations up here on the board. And I'm sure that each board member could take an opportunity to renounce that themselves. And then the other thing that I just wanted to add in is I greatly appreciate First Student's time, our staff's time, the movement, the control room, and the quick response that we had to this, as well as the accountability piece. I truly believe that that is the strength of this administration team, to truly see when there is an issue and act quickly and accordingly, putting student safety first. And I have seen that, and I greatly appreciate the actions that have been taken in the last 24 hours to rectify, and the accountability and the ownership. And I meant to do those two things as well.
Yeah, Trustee Taylor, that brings up, I do remember seeing those comments floating around online, and, whatever, rumor, whatever, I don't know, maybe somebody knows a lot more than I do, but I got to tell you, I have no affiliation whatsoever. I don't know anyone, honestly, who works at First Student. I don't know where that even would have come from, but I don't have anything either. But that's why I don't respond to comments on Facebook, because you just start that.
All right, trustees, if there are no other comments, we will now move into public comment. Okay, great. Clerk Lamont, if I could have you grab the sheets.
Or sheets.
And if you want to just leave one in there, just in the event that we have, that would be great. Thank you.
A blank one.
A blank one.
Pretty optimistic. You think people are going to show up? 8:20.
Breaking records online. We were at 2:07 a minute ago.
Good. All right. I am going to start with Hannah Brown, Zone 5 Transportation. So what you'll do is state your name And once you state your name and your zone like you did here, then your time will start. So take as much time as you need to do that, state it, and then your clock will start.
All right. One second.
Let's let her mic test too before we start her time, just so I know we can hear. Okay, come a little closer.
Like this?
There you go. We
A
can
little
hear
bit
you now.
closer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect, gotcha.
Hi, I'm Hannah Brown. I'm from Zone 5, and my biggest concern has been safe transport. So I did create a petition because what we've been told is that you're in a walking zone if you're in the 1.5 mile radius of your school. I have a 4th grader, and he is ADHD. And so he doesn't quite stay on task all the time, so I don't expect him to walk that distance. In our neighborhood, we don't have sidewalks on Kings. We have partial sidewalking on Sugar. When you do walk down Kings, there's houses along that road. And some people have dogs. You don't know if they're vicious. You don't know if they're friendly. And you are technically walking on their property. There's other issues of sex offenders in the neighborhood. I have 7 in mine. And I went from having 3 bus routes into our neighborhood to none for our elementary. We used to have it to where our buses would have middle school and high school ride together, and then a separate route for the elementary. Now our middle school and high school are separate, and there's no busing for elementary. We have kindergarten through 5th, all in our neighborhood. When I went around and did my paper petition, there was parents who didn't even know that we had switched bus companies. They didn't know that we didn't even have a route. And so I had made them aware, and it raised some flags there. So with that being said, there's a lot of parents that either don't check emails, they don't check Parent Square or Class Dojo or whatever it may be. So I did talk with the director of transport through the state and suggested maybe doing a flyer, like mailing out a letter or something to the parents. And this way that there's better communication, because there was a lot of parents, and by a lot, I mean like half my neighborhood was not aware. There are elderly people who do raise their grandkids, and either they don't drive or there's some sort of transportation issue there. My neighbor actually was the one who brought this to my attention of, hey, did you know we don't have bus stops? And her concern was, well, she doesn't drive, she has medical issues, and she can barely walk across the room. So when she came to me, I decided, okay, well, I'll call around. She's called around, and we've basically got the runaround of call this person, call that person. Well, we're still looking into it, or vice versa. And then there's also the case of not getting callbacks or not getting, I just realized I'm over my
It's okay. That was really good.
Ms. Brown?
Trustees, yeah.
Can
do
you
we-
give Ms. Lamont your
Email?
route- No, the route number
The
and
route
email.
number?
These are also a petition.
Great. Can I ask that you give our clerk your email address
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah.
And you wanted, I'm sorry, the route number?
The route number, just so we,
there-
the neighborhood area, so we can
Yeah.
figure out why there isn't a route.
And is there anything else that we want from,
So I would
Question was?
like some clarification, because I think I missed something important while I was at work en route. So she just mentioned the 1.5 miles, which was my original understanding, but tonight I heard just a little while ago, 0.4 and 0.8. What is the?
so
what's the
0.4 and
clarification?
0.8 is how far some, oh, Mr. Stoffer, can you give her that clarification?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, the 0.4 is the distance between stops, and 0.8 is the distance per stop for secondaries. So that's the distance that they can be in between for walking distance from home to stop.
But we're still the 1.5 mile radius
Correct.
from the house.
Correct, unless a hazard area has been identified, which there are several of those that are already been identified.
You mean from the school to the house?
Yep,
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
school to house.
So
Yep.
it was two separate clarifications.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, thank you.
I am now going to call Rosemary Trejo. Hopefully I didn't butcher that. And then we just need your name, zone, or address, either or fine. And have you move the mic down, and I'm also going to have you test it real quick just before we start your time.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Rosemary Trejo. I don't know what zone I'm in. I live on East Dewey Avenue. My kids will not be Nampa School District this year. They're going to be Idaho Arts Charter School. And I have two questions. My first question is, why is Nampa School District not picking up from Boys and Girls Club in the morning for
I'm
busing?
sorry, say that one more time.
Why is
Nampa
first
School-
student not picking up from the Boys and Girls Club in the morning for transportation?
Got it.
So therefore, Boys and Girls Club is not open for any services, including Idaho Arts Charter School, to be bused because they don't have enough students to be staffed in the morning. So that's now affecting my students, even though I'm not Nampa School District. And I don't even think Brown Bus was aware that Boys and Girls Club is not going to be open in the mornings. They just found that out today.
You mean first student?
Oh, no. Brown Bus wasn't
Okay,
aware
okay.
that Boys and Girls Club is not going to be opened in the morning for services because they don't have enough students
Okay.
for Nampa School District. So now that's just a whole other confusion with another school that isn't even affiliated with Nampa School District because of this. So that was my question.
Can I just have you stay right there? Trustees, are there any questions that we have or anything that you want?
Yeah, but I don't know that we will go down that road of asking questions.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, I mean,
For the
like,
clerk.
for the clerk,
Oh,
or,
okay.
yeah, what I'm trying to say is, do we want any information? Do we want, because I'm just gonna
Well,
ask for
I
your
just think
email
that,
address.
you know, if Dr. Russell, I think, is making notes.
Yep.
Can address, you know, he's probably the one to address.
He
the-
will be.
Yeah.
I still want
Boys and
your
Girls
email address, if you don't mind, if you could give that to our clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will add that the Boys and Girls Club had been mentioned multiple times to me personally. from
And morning
outside.
transportation, and I will bring that up again, because that did come up in my meeting with Boys and Girls Club. I am now gonna call Angelina Wilson. And Angelina, if you want to state your zone or address and the name for the record, your 3 minutes will start.
Hi, my name's Angelina Wilson, and I am in Mr. Sue's district. Is that
Zone
3?
Yep.
Yes. So I just have a question. I was just wondering how the Nampa School District secured the land on Amity without a bid going out.
Write that down.
Well, we
Do
got,
you guys answer that, or do you just?
no, we'll
think
have
about
it, we'll
We'll
get an
have-
answer.
At
from
the
you.
end. So if that's
So
all
then
that you
you'll
have,
address when,
then that will
before-
go
oh, okay,
here and we'll address it at the
Thank
end.
you.
Is that all you had?
no, I just had a comment for first student. My son rides a special needs bus, and I really wanted to thank them for keeping the same driver for the special needs student. That was a big concern for a lot of special needs parents, and so we greatly appreciate that. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we will now call Leslie Weist. We will have you state your name and your zone.
Okay, my name is Leslie Weist and I'm zone 4. Yeah, I had a lost student yesterday, my son, who's 8 years old. I waited for the bus. He was not on the bus. She let me even get on. She called his name. He was not on there. I was a lunatic looking for my child. Had no idea where he was. Went to the school. They could not physically tell me, or they could not tell me that they physically saw him get on the bus. I didn't know where he was. How could I? Who do you contact at that point? No one's taking phone calls from the bus company. I am sitting there at the school wondering where my son is, freaking out. And so my husband, he was missing for an hour. My 8-year-old son was missing for an hour. Gone. I get home, my husband called me, said, he's here, he showed up. Okay, I go home. And my son had said that he got off a bus, some bus, don't know what bus, hoping it was his bus, and he walked a mile at 98-degree temperature on a road that is this, no sidewalks, alone, by himself, no one there with him. I mean, my son was a trooper. He wasn't traumatized. I certainly was. And I hope that no parent has to ever deal with that again, because I just wasn't going to tolerate that. So yeah, I just hope that it doesn't happen again. And honestly, I went to his school and told them he's not riding the bus, not riding the bus again. I don't even know if he will ride the bus again. And I walked into the school today, grabbed his little hand, and took him out. And you know, my son, he just said he was thirsty when he came into the house. Like, I'm thirsty. Well, yeah. So yeah, to have my son not accounted for and for nobody to know where he was is a terrifying experience. And I hope that no one else ever has to feel that way ever again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am now going to call Megan Smith Fine. Okay. Zone 2.
Hi guys, I'm Megan Smith Finch. I am Zone 2. Was that all you needed from me?
Yep.
Awesome. So I am one of the parents of the high school students that were stranded at Skyview yesterday. Nobody knew that they were there. My child had to contact friends to come pick her up because it's a 40-minute walk from Nampa High to Skyview, a 2-hour walk from Skyview to my home. She was left there with however many students. I then heard that there was actually transfer buses at Columbia that did the same with Skyview students. My child, thank goodness, had a way home. I can't speak for all of them. What happened to those kids that didn't have a way home? I hear that you guys fixed that today, but how did this happen? How did every transfer bus not show up to our schools for our students? And then during the day, the transfer buses were not showing up. These drivers were there. They dropped our kids off. They dropped my child off at this school. How did they forget they dropped these kids off? Where was that? And then on top of that, I had nobody to call. I have nobody at First Student. Is that what they're called? This ghost of a company that you guys claim that is here now. I have no contact information for them. The number that is there, if I'm lucky, you guys picked up today. I got really lucky there. I've been trying to contact you guys for months. Not one phone call back, not one email back. I've tried to call really anybody I could. From the beginning of last year, a lot of the concerns that have come up, we as parents asked you guys about these situations leading into the summer. We were told, don't worry, give us time. We've got this, trust us. So what did we do? We sat at home trusting each and every one of you with our children. And what happened day one? And then I'm being silenced. I'm being screamed at by district people. I'm being screamed at by school people when I'm calling. I'm being silenced. Nobody wants to hear that these kids are lost. These kids don't have a way home. My kid's a sophomore. She just has her permit. So even if she was a driver, she didn't have her car. What are these kids supposed to do? I told her, trust me. So I failed as a mom because I trusted the school board. I trusted the school district with my child. I'm going to stop right there on the high school kids though, because I know that these high school kids aren't even, in reality, like those aren't even the ones that I'm worried about. What about these babies? I heard of stories of strangers having to collect people's kids and walk with them around neighborhoods to find their parents, crying to strangers. We're lucky that that stranger was a good one and not one of those sex offenders that somebody else had already mentioned. kids going into ditches. I know that these elementary schools, my elementary, Willow Creek, right next to a ditch.
We have to call the next person.
Awesome. Sit on that. Thank you, guys.
I am now going to call Fanny Garcia.
I'm Fanny Garcia. I think I'm in zone 1. I'm off of 10th Street North. I also had a child that was 50 minutes late arriving, and I was panicking. I didn't have anyone to contact. If I tried Nampa School District, I went straight to voicemail. And first student, there's no number for them. There's nobody to talk to. I can't believe that they don't have, or they don't utilize a radio on the bus for communication to their dispatch center for an emergency. I mean, that's so old school. My bus stop changed from last year, and that one road that it's over is now it's a very busy street. So now instead of having them cross one street, they have to cross 3 streets, 1 busy and 2 small streets. Though that's my concern. And I have nobody to talk to. I called with that hazard concern, and all they did was take my name and number today. So, yeah.
Okay. Trustee Benz, any directive here for Clerk Lamont?
My directive would be is Clerk Lamont and Dr. Russell, I want to know as a trustee, I wish I could get into the details of making sure that we know every single parent who has this concern that hasn't been responded to, that we get CC'd on the response. I mean, that's almost where I'm at. I know that that's not necessary, but how is that going to happen? How are we going to know that the district is responding to and this question has come up before, but I think that's would be my direction to Clerk.
Sorry, one more
is
thing
to-
before my time's up.
Let's just,
I'm going to give you some more time.
Yeah,
Give me
I
1 second. I'll give you-
apologize.
Yeah, go for it, please.
But I just want to make sure that not just me, but the parents know that they're going to get that response from the district.
Okay, so are you directing that you want Dr. Russell to answer that in that
Yes.
Q&A? Great.
So,
And if not today, then that there will be a response.
so they're talking about this rollout, about this technology, right? That's in October. It's going to be the first pilot program. It's getting dark in October, November, right around the time that these kids are getting dropped off. We don't have time for that pilot. They need to move that deadline by a lot. Because I mean, I'm on maternity leave, but by that time that pilot comes out, I will be back at work and my children will have to cross that busy street. As of right now, busy street in the dark.
And is that it?
That's it.
Can I have you give Clerk Lamont your route? Thank you.
Can we have as part of the updates, just the clarification on the process for updating routes or modifying the routes based on feedback?
Do you want this as something answered tonight, or yep, can you give that to Dr. Russell? Okay, thank you. All right, I am now going to call Amber Mata. Same drill. You'll give us your name, zone, or address, and then your time will start.
Okay, my name is Amber Mata. I don't know my zone. I am on the corner of Southside and Sunflower. So I just want to say I called last week and I got a call from somebody, or I spoke with somebody and they said that they would call me back within 48 hours. And I came in yesterday. I have yet to hear anything back. Well, I came and asked about changing my son's bus stop because they want him to walk about a mile. And I'm not doing that. He just turned 13, so he's still young, naive. I'm not sending him to walk that far. His bus stop, anyway, I told a gal about it and she said, well, the state only requires that he can walk up to a mile. And she shrugged her shoulders and that was it. And it was the gal at the front lobby here. And so that's where it got left. So yesterday, his dad had to miss about 4 hours of work to be able to take him to school in the morning. And then he had to pick him up in the afternoon. And this morning I was late to school to take him to school and make sure he got there safe. Same thing picking him up because the bus situation seems to be a disaster and I don't want him getting on a bus and getting lost. I do send him with his phone with Life 360 on it because you don't want your kid getting lost. And unfortunately, it's happened and that's really sad. So I wanted to mention a bus stop. So we had a functioning bus stop at the corner of Southside and Sunflower for roughly 10 years. And so I am right on the border of two boundaries, one for, I'm not sure the elementary or the middle school, excuse me, but I know it goes to Columbia. And then the one my son is designated to is Skyview and South. So there's a bus stop for Sherman. There's a bus stop for Columbia, but not one for South. And I've asked for that to be put back and I've been ignored. I think maybe adding back some of the bus stops that were there last year would be a really good idea and not requiring our kids to walk more than half a mile because the roads are going to be getting dark here in a few weeks. It's already sun's going down around 6 o'clock. So it's going to start coming up later and later. So I did want to mention that I did used to drive bus for Brown Bus. So when doing dry routes, what they had us do from memory, I drove the year we had that Snowmageddon. Okay, and that was fun. So when dry routes, they would have us run the route in the morning at the assumed time of the bus route when you'd be going to pick up the kids and whatnot.
It's time. Sorry, and I have to stop you because I have to stop everybody.
That's fine.
Okay, but I also want to let you know that emailing us things like that is also very effective.
Okay.
We read all of those emails, so if you ever had suggestions, I love
I have
solutions.
several.
Please, and thank you. Thank you so much. I am now going to call Sabrina Hatcher.
Did you want her to give clerk Lamont her email?
I believe she is going to email us her suggestions with that directive. And then Sabrina, if you want to just, again, give us your name, address or zone, either is fine, and then your time will start.
Okay, my name is Sabrina Hatcher. I'm off of Louisiana Drive. So I'm not here for the bus. I feel for these
saw that.
parents
It's where you were.
because I pulled my child from the bus due to chaos that I saw happening in the morning. I'm here for sports. So my daughter is in 8th grade and she plays volleyball. There were over 40 girls who tried out for volleyball. And I learned last year that there are no cuts. This year, with over 40 girls, the top girls went to A-team, which of course is club sports. They all play club. They can afford it. Those girls earn that spot. However, the rest of those 30 girls, they decided to put on a B and a C team. Then the next day after they announced B and C team, they decided, I'm not going to say that. They decided that they were to switch it to blue and silver, and they were to take half B, put them on blue, half B, put them on silver, and then half C to each team, which then cut not from our 5-day school week. We're now at 4, so that was 4 days practice each month or each week. But now that they did blue and silver team, now each team, A team gets all 4 weeks or all 4 days, but blue team gets 2 days and silver team gets 2 days. That's only 2 days of practice. And then they're cutting the games in half. Blue team gets half games, silver team gets half games. So now you've taken, I don't remember how many games are, let's say 10 games. And now each girl only gets 5 games, except for A team. A team gets whatever they want. They get all their games, all their practices. You are not cutting girls at all in 8th grade and 7th grade. But once they get to high school, the reality is so different for them. And these girls that are on B team that could get better by practicing 4 days a week, playing all the games, are now set up for failure going to high school. My daughter wants to be a cop. She wants to go to college. I don't have money to put my daughter in college. She is going for academics and athletics. And unfortunately, you guys are taking away the opportunity she could potentially have. Sports is a privilege. You work hard, you get on a team, you play on that team, you stay on that team by doing your homework and being active. And that's being taken away from her by you guys not cutting kids. We spoke to the athletic director, and all his answer is go to the school board, go to the district, talk to them. I can't find who to talk to anywhere on the website. I need answers for these kids that want to play sports that may get better and may get college scholarships. You're taking opportunities away by not cutting children. If my daughter's not good enough, cut her. She'll get better by practicing to meet the next year's sport. But you guys aren't giving the kids the opportunity to push themselves. That's all I have.
Thank you. What school?
South.
The South. Thank you. Chriselle, Larius. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi.
And
District 5 or
thank
Zone
you.
5.
Zone 5. Thank you so much.
I think. Okay. I'm here for the transportation as well. So I just want to point out that my bus stops route numbers change between the AM and the PM. I think it's a mistake. I think they put us on the wrong one, but it definitely switches. So that's what we had talked to about Kirkman mentioning. And I am happy to show you those stops, but that is going to be a problem if I'm telling my kid a route number because it does change in the morning versus PM. So I'm happy to give you the specific example. I don't think it's on all of them. I think they put the stop on the wrong list because it's with a bunch of other stops that don't match the AM. So that's an issue. Also, my son is a type 1 diabetic. And so I worry about them taking his stop away. He's in 2nd grade. And I also have a kindergartner who is no good to him with the diabetes. And I am concerned because I feel like they didn't take any of that into consideration with these stops. They just took away our stop from last year, which was on Bridgewater in Brooklyn, and moved them where he has to cross several streets. And I get really concerned about that, especially with the longer days. He dips low before meals. I don't know if you know about diabetes. I'm not going to give you the update, but it is a concern that I have. And so I emailed on July 30th. I've called probably 4 or 5 times. I get the same grumpy lady, which I would be grumpy too. Just she's getting thousands of calls a day and she can't do anything except we're working on it. We're working on it. That's what I get every time. They're in meetings, they can't help you. And then I did email, I got a response back saying, this is your son's, your 2nd grader's bus route, and your kindergartner hasn't been added yet. So I went through and made sure that we had all the final forms finished. So I wasn't sure what's going on with that, but I'm feeling like they're making these bus stops off of numbers that they're not even sure, like students and stuff. So I feel like they're not having enough data to like make these bus stops, and then they're taking away stops that is affecting our lives. And I really do appreciate like all that you guys have talked about tonight. I feel like you answered so many questions just sitting here. But my question is, what is that appeals process? Because then I called back again and they said, well, we sent you an email and we have that your issue is resolved, but my issue wasn't resolved at all in the email. So I feel like they checked me off the list because I'm one of 1,000 and then said, we're moving on, right? We sent her an email saying, this is your bus stop. And that was the whole issue. And so I want to just know, what can I do to get my son's bus stop back so I don't have to worry about him walking so far with that type 1 diabetes.
Great.
Sorry, I talked really fast.
No, you did really good, and you still have 10 seconds. Really quick, because some questions came up. We would like for you to give your routes to Clerk Lamont, and I would like you to forward that correspondence to the board that you received.
Because I also emailed them August 7th and August 16th. Sorry, I know I'm out of time. 15th, August 7th and August 15th, and just no response back at all to those. So I feel like they checked me off the list and were like, we're done.
Yeah, I want to see it. And I don't feel like you're checked off the list anymore. We're
Okay.
very
Thank
aware
you. I
that that's what
appreciate
was
you guys.
happening, and we're very, as a whole, everybody, the team, and that answering those calls and questions is of the essence.
Thank you.
But I still want that communication forwarded to the board
Yeah.
so that we can understand what that communication looked like, and then the routes, and then.
Wait, and is there the appeals process? Like, is there an actual process? I feel like you were talking about that where I can say,
I have an issue with this. Can I appeal? Is there an
I
actual
believe
process?
it's the hazard form, but I am going to direct you.
It's the grievance.
The grievance
process.
process.
That was my concern, is that that takes too long.
Is that takes too
I
long?
think let's let Dr. Russell maybe respond to that.
And then you've got that contact information and you're going to forward the board that number.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you want to send it to me, if you don't know everybody's address, and I'll make sure that the board gets it.
Just email you my correspondence.
Yep.
Just put you on it and show you.
I would like to see it.
I do
Yeah.
believe there's a board email address, just board.
There is, it's just
Oh, is it-
board.
does it
It's
come
just
up
board at
Yeah.
NSD
Can I
131.
just get it from
But
here?
she can give you all
Okay.
of that.
Okay.
And then it's a direct line. I mean, our email is open all day long.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do I get it from her?
Yes. All right, we now have Nicole Swindle.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Swindell. I believe I'm Zone 5. I'm off of Taylor Court.
Taylor Court.
Yeah, off of Southside Boulevard. So, I mean, I'm really quite shocked there's not more people here just because of all day on Facebook, all these different Nampa groups. It's like, it was every other post. I swear it was crazy. And I have also been someone that's been trying to get a hold of transportation, and I called them, I believe it was on the 9th. It was after I got all the registration, everything done. And I let them know because I have an 8-year-old little girl, and I'm sure you guys know Southside Boulevard is extremely busy, missing sidewalks, whatever else. The bus stop for us is at Sunflower and Southside. Well, our street kind of horseshoes, and so I wanted them to see if they would just add a stop at Georgia, which is just like a couple blocks from Sunflower. But and I know it's probably close in proximity, but I don't want my little girl walking on Southside Boulevard. It's going to be getting dark. She's not going to be home until after 5 o'clock, and that's going to be dark in a couple months. I'm not asking them to turn down a road. I'm not asking them to do anything, but just to stop, one extra stop, the route they're already going for, just take a minute to pick up my little girl. But I've been told that, well, first of all, when I first called, they said that they would get a hold of me the next week. I would hear from someone probably via email, or it might be a call. And I didn't hear from anyone. So I was started calling the office again on Thursday. I mean, I probably called like 15 times. Called some more on Friday, nothing. Called just randomly in the middle right before I was working on dinner last night. Just like, oh, I probably won't hear. Well, then someone answered and I was like, oh, great. Sweet. I'm not ready though. And so, anyways, I talked to the gal. She was really nice. But the problem is also when we're calling is what I feel like they don't know what's going on either. They can't give answers. Like I'm just getting pushed around. So she's like, well, I'm going to talk to someone. I'm going to give you a call back. And I was like, sweet, I'm going to get this resolved. I don't feel like I'm asking for much. I'm not asking you guys to go down a road. I'm just asking you to take an extra little stop. And, she calls me back and she's like, oh, well, I have it noted that, you just needed to know your bus stop. Here it is. And I go, no, I don't. I know what bus stop I'm supposed to go to, but I'm just asking you to add this other stop. And she says, well, we can't do that. And I said, well, who do I have to talk to in administration? This is crazy. This is not safe. And then she brought up, she said that they're not making any changes. It's all been made. But then on the 26th, there's some list. If it's a safety concern, you can get on. To get your, to have them take another look at it. And I go, well, add me to the list, and I don't know if I was added to the list because it just seems it's just not a very, very professional process. They're taking down my number and I'm not getting calls back. So I don't know. But then also I just wanted to say real quick. So my girl, I've been picking her up. I picked her up today. They put her on a bus. She expressed to them that she doesn't know. They said, well, you're the busser. And she said, no, I'm not. I'm supposed to be coming home. And they told her what street she needed to get off of. And I'm sorry, I'm going to keep talking to this important. So they told her what street she has to get off of. She has no idea. She's like, I don't know where that street is. And they said, well, you're a busser. You got to go. So I pull up to get her. And I'm looking for her. She's not there. And they're like, oh, she's on the bus. And I'm like, what? She doesn't know. I'm not going to have her walking down Southside Boulevard. And so I hurried up and I acted well, we'll find her. Oh, okay. And so I hurry up and pull over and I go running to the bus lane to try to, because the buses were leaving. And there's 3 buses, 2 of them already left. Thank God she was on the one bus that was still there. But it's like, what would happen? You know what I mean? She said, Amy, because she's my niece, I'm her guardian. And she's like, I didn't know what street they were talking about. I would have just gone off and gone lost. And she's like, when she said, I don't know where that is, why didn't they take a minute just to call me to just verify, hey, is she supposed to be on the bus? Because she straight up told them she didn't know. And they just pushed her off.
Okay, that is it. One more. All right, I'm going to trade you, Clerk Lamont. This one's done. All right, we now have, and is this our last one?
Yes.
Okay, this is our last public comment of the evening. Robert Martinez.
Robert Martinez. I live off of Chestnut. So my wife has told me that she's tried to get a hold of the bus company that you guys have told us to entrust in, and that you guys are telling us to, we're supposed to trust you guys, right? And not a response, not nothing. So me being who I am, worried about my 8-year-old son fucking being picked up by some sexual predator or hit by some car, had to come down here to the office to get zero response from the desk ladies. I don't blame them. They don't know nothing. Then I leave, take my son to school because I don't trust you guys and your decisions and the people that you guys have entrusted with our kids' lives. I took my kid to school. I called back over here thinking that maybe I might get somebody on the phone. Was forwarded to somebody's voicemail, his secretaries. Call back again. It must be a mistake. Straight to voicemail through an automated system. So don't sit there and tell us that you are concerned about our phone calls when this is the same story that all these other parents are saying. It took me as a parent coming back down here and raising hell in your guys' office, telling you guys to get your superintendent down here to answer these damn questions. So don't sit there and act like you guys are concerned about all this shit, because it doesn't seem like you guys are. This shit about, oh, there's gonna be mistakes. Stop them. I expect perfection. My kids' lives are at stake. So for you guys to make excuses and take your time to say, oh, I have no association with this shit, excuses is exactly what you guys are putting out here. You're not instilling in trust back into me that these guys are going to take care of my kids. You're not doing none of that. He, as a man, handled the situation like that and told me that he got a hold of these guys, they're going to get a hold of me. Your guys, he's one of you guys, right? Called your people and told them to call me. Not a phone call. Not nothing. Radio silence. And that instills the trust that you guys are telling us to have in you guys? Absolutely not. You guys need to rethink what you're doing and do better. There is no other exception. You guys need to understand that. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. Clerk Lamont. And that concludes our public comment. So from there, we will move to consent agenda, and then from consent agenda into action items, and then revisit this again in information. Health break?
Sure, I have a procedure question about
Go for it.
consent agenda. So the consent agenda typically is approved on the whole or rejected on the
Hold on,
whole.
Chair Taylor, hold on just a second. That's good.
Well, that's why I'm wondering, should we take a
Yeah.
quick health break?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
we- can
we're
we
gonna
ask
take,
that
yeah,
after?
so
Okay.
we're gonna take a
Thank you.
10-minute break, guys. We'll be back at 9:10.
It's 9 o'clock, right?
Going.
Guys, we are going to move now to the consent agenda. Trustee Benz has a clarification question.
Yes, I have a question about the process of approving that consent agenda. In normal circumstances, normal process, we either agree to the whole or reject the whole, correct? We cannot.
No, you
agree-
can.
Oh,
You can pull a certain part out, and Clerk Lamont can walk you through that if that's something that you would like to motion today.
okay. Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. thank you.
Okay.
I just have a quick question on an item in there, and it's just simple. Why are we approving speech and debate schedule? Is it because they're going out of state? But why are we approving the schedule?
They were not submitted when the other extracurricular activity schedules were submitted.
Oh, okay. All right.
Trustee Benz, is there an item that you would like to remove
Well,
on this agenda this evening and add it to an action item below?
I would. I am concerned about the updated safety bus routes as printed in the packet because of that date and because of what we were talking about earlier. If this is not the most up-to-date route information, and it sounds like we have a lot of information that needs to be included to finesse the routes as they are, I think that would warrant a little bit more discussion and exploration.
But if I could ask, these bus routes, I think if these are in here for approval, then the next update, maybe we put into a separate action item. But if we don't approve these tonight, then.
Well, the date doesn't even match, because if these were supposed to be the ones that were updated yet, no? Okay.
So
For your proposal for us to move into for next week, we have a lot of updating that we need to do. But I think to Trustee Kirkman's point, if we don't update them, then we'll stay with the current routes that you're on right now.
Nothing will get updated.
Or-
correct.
I think all trustee, pardon me if I'm wrong, I think trustee Benz is asking if we can move that item to an action item after the curriculum committee selection action item and have a little bit more discussion prior to.
Wouldn't you, she just walk through that motion?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
so
so-
Clerk Lamont can walk you through that motion for
Okay,
further
so if,
discussion. Yep.
So
So we're
you
still-
can do it 2 ways. You can motion to admit, to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the safety bus routes down to an action item, or the board can all just say, we'll remove them automatically.
Okay.
How would you like to handle that tonight, Chair Taylor? Because we've done it both ways.
I think it's, either is fine. I think since you just want more clarification, I think the simplest way just would be to move it down and out of the consent agenda so it can be discussed tonight and then approved as an action item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, are you asking her to make a motion to approve?
I am asking you to walk her through the motion she is trying to
Trustee
make.
Taylor, if you can make a motion to approve.
Trustee Benz.
Oh, yes, trustee Benz. It must be because I haven't taken our health breaks. I'm so
It's
sorry.
okay, I get it.
Trustee, to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the updated safety bus routes down to action items.
Okay. I would like to move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of the updated safety bus routes, which I would like to move to the action items section of the agenda.
Does that fulfill the need, Clerk
I
Lamont?
think there should be 2 motions.
2 motions?
It does not need to be.
I know it doesn't need to be. I think it should be though.
Do you have a second?
No.
Or would you want to ask for a second, or do you want it to be 2 motions?
I am asking you if it fulfills the statute of what she's trying
It
to
does,
do.
But I think, why don't you motion to move the updated safety bus routes
First.
to-
Out.
out of the consent agenda to the action item.
Okay.
Okay, do you need a second or just motion dies without a second?
Well,
Any motion.
Because there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, so
but there was no second.
correct, so it
we're
dies.
just gonna go with.
Okay, remotion.
Okay. So I would like to remove the item F from the consent agenda section 6 of the agenda, and move that to section 7, the action item section. So section, item F is the updated safety bus routes. I'd like to move that to the action item section.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded. Clerk Lamont, can you give me that exact motion one more time?
Motion to move the updated safety bus routes to the action items below.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Aye.
How many was that? I guess.
It was a 1-4.
Oh, I definitely did that. I get that. Okay.
Okay. All right, so with that, trustees, do I have another motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Were you opposed? I didn't know.
It's okay.
I still have to have a vote for you. Were
Oh,
you
I said
yes or no? Aye, okay, all 5 passes. Got it. All right, from there, you guys, we are in action item. So I will go ahead and start with A, request to reopen negotiations for the 2023-2024 master contract. Dr. Russell.
Chair Taylor, trustees, before you tonight's an opportunity to take action upon the request by our association to reopen negotiations master contract based on the reopener language. Mr. Coffey presented and discussed that a little bit earlier. Happy to turn it over to the floor of the board to discuss.
Okay. Trustees, we did hear from Mr. Coffey. Some comments were made. We did have a disclosure by trustee Benz and a comment by trustee Kirkman. This was that request to reopen negotiations for the 2023-2024 master contract. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that I move that we acknowledge from the NEA the request to reopen negotiations under 2023 or under the 2023-24 master contract, and that we have received that and reopen negotiations per that master contract. That's
Okay.
the motion.
All right, the motion has been made, and do I have a second?
Do you need a little explanation on the motion?
I need a second so we can speak to it. So I will second it so that we can explain. So I'll give you a second so you can speak to your motion.
Okay, so the motion is what this motion is that we are acknowledging that the NEA is formally requesting to open the negotiations. And this was to my comment that we are formally accepting in public and acknowledging that we are accepting their request to reopen the negotiations. That's all that motion is.
Okay, so we have now acknowledged that the request was made to reopen. It has been accepted. It has a second. I will go ahead and take the vote. All in favor?
I have a quick question then. So
Please.
this is just, yes, we got it.
Yep.
There's no.
This is all the
it is.
motion was from trustee Kirkman, was just that we received it and we are acknowledging that we will reopen it.
Oh, acknowledge that we will reopen it.
His motion is just that we are acknowledging that we have received their request to reopen, and we are acknowledging for the record that we will reopen it. There
Okay.
is nothing after that.
Okay, perfect.
Is there an opportunity to comment?
Still at it.
Say that again.
Is there an opportunity to comment?
Right now is the opportunity.
I understand the union's desire to reopen and take up some of the funds that they believe are going to access. We can't even fill bus stops right now.
Wait a
So-
minute, are you speaking to this motion?
Yes.
Speak to this
So
motion.
it's
Directly.
just
So
that
I-
particular motion,
Just the acknowledgement.
just the acknowledgement.
So I see it.
Okay. All right. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. All right. From there, we are going to move to B, the curriculum committee selection.
There is another motion that I
Oh.
think we need to make because I think we.
I'm
now-
sorry.
Yeah, I think we now need to
Sorry.
make a decision on whether. or
Whether or not to
the
do it.
board
I'm
can
so sorry. Yes.
entertain the negotiation. So
Got
the
it.
first motion was to acknowledge that
Accept
they came to us and reopened, and we
Got it.
we acknowledge that. So now I think the board needs to make a decision on whether or not we are going to enter into a
Got it.
reopener negotiation.
Got it.
So.
Okay, so with that, trustees, we've got the request to reopen. I think now we will entertain a motion to acknowledge and accept that reopener and make a decision
We
there.
already did that.
Sorry, we've accepted that. We've,
Maybe just entertain a motion
Thank you.
My motion is, so here's a motion. So I move that we decline the NEA's request to meet with the board to negotiate additional compensation under the 2023-2024 master contract due to the district's current finances, as such negotiations would not be necessary going into the 2024-2025 school year.
I second. Motion has been made and seconded. Anybody want to speak to that?
Good question. So, could you clarify that? So this is a reopener of last year's contract, 23-24.
Yep.
Or sorry, 24-20. Yeah.
23-24.
23-24 was right.
Well, it was the negotiation session of in 23-24 for the 24-25 contract.
No. This is a reopener for the 2023-2024 contract.
Okay. Okay. And the reason why this would be unfruitful is that the funds, so the receipt of the funds for the ADA was the trigger for that reopener, but those funds are already gone, allocated because of other
Well,
obligations
that was,
by the district.
that was what my motion was, is that those funds, the financial situation of the district in, those funds would be used for.
Okay. Okay, just seeking clarification. Okay.
Okay, so clarification? You have clarification? All right, so the motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, we will now move into B, curriculum committee selection.
Chair, the trustees, tonight, before you, we're going to have our folks from our curriculum instruction team come and talk around our curriculum adoption. This is something that we discussed previously in last month's board meeting.
Excuse me, Dr. Russell. It is very hard to hear what's going on up here on the board because there's a lot of chatter going on in the audience. So please, if you could just keep the conversation, take it outside or something. It's really hard for us to hear and kind of concentrate on what's going on. So sorry, Dr. Russell, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But
Vice Chair Kirkman, thank you. Chair Taylor, trustees, as mentioned last month, we had discussed that some of our curriculum in our schools is ending its lifespan. It's outdated. We're not going to be able to renew it. And so we do have several curriculum adoptions that we are starting this school year. We talked around a little bit of that, what that process and timeline might look like in August in our July meeting. We're in August, and so we're going to have our folks come and share a little more about that process, how we're going to get that started, how the board would select committee members to be a part of that process, because the new Idaho law does require a certain amount of committee members to be appointed by the board. And I'm going to have Adesele, if she's around, there she is, will come up and start sharing some information about that.
Okay. Good evening, trustees. I want to take a minute just to review. Last month, I came and we talked about like a general timeline for adopting curriculum and gave some background on the two curriculums that we're going to be adopting. We're going to be adopting elementary math this coming year for the following school year and secondary ELA. So I want to make sure that you adopt, normally the district doesn't have board approval for procedures, but this is your committee. And so I want to make sure that we're on the same page on what that procedure will look like. So this is a revision to the last procedure that was used. We didn't adopt curriculum last year. We adopted curriculum in the 22-23 school year. The changes that were made were that there's no pre-committee work. And in that procedure, it specified how large that committee was. The updated procedure removes that and is in line with state law that half of the committee will be made up of parents and community members and the other half is made up of NSD representatives. The last procedure dictated it'll be this amount or this amount, but our ELA curriculum will be larger because of the amount of reading that needs to take place. And I anticipate that our elementary math curriculum will be a little bit smaller. So we are going to open the application procedure, our application tomorrow. We'll send it out through Parent Square and post all of the updated information on our website. So the first slide that I have Tyler, can you pull that up? Thank you. Sorry, next slide. Just discusses how we'll advertise that for the selection process. We'll collect the information through forms and then give that to you by September 2nd. And then at the September 17th board meeting, we'll ask that you have your selections. We are proposing, and I'll get to this in a little bit when I go over the fact sheet, we are proposing a committee of 30 for the secondary ELA committee because of the amount of reading. And so that would mean that each trustee selects 3 per zone for the parents and community to be a part of that committee. So selection guidance is the next slide. This is the change that I mentioned, that it's half and half according to Idaho law. The choice that you guys have to make is whether you want 1 member to be a board of trustee that counts on the educator half, or if you'd like that to be a district appointee. And I don't know if you want to decide that tonight or when you're doing committee selection.
I would preference to decide during community selection, trustees.
Okay.
Okay, and continue.
Okay. So after that committee is selected, we'll give them some homework, and this is all detailed on the application, the dates that they'll be asked to come down, and that there'll be some homework because we want to familiarize them with Idaho state standards and some background that they need. So all of it is, none of it's done ahead of time. It'll all be done once that committee is selected. We'll also send out a survey to our teachers, and that'll be a survey/application for them to apply to be on the committee. We'll also send a survey out to the community to ask for input on novels, because if you're a member from last month, we had talked about we're not adopting from a full publisher. We're going to be adopting novels and using resources we already have available to us, like Newsella. And building out unit plans. That will save us a significant amount of money. And it was also the preference that the teachers and administrators chose when we surveyed them in the spring. So we would like community input on novels that they'd like for us to vet. And then we'll take all of the suggestions that we have through a rubric to determine, like Lexile, that's the reading level of those novels. Appropriateness, like if they're on our banned book list, they won't be vetted out any further. And you can stop me anytime if you have any questions on that. Okay, so there is some non-committee.
Did you have a question?
No, scratch.
Got it.
Oh,
I
sorry.
do have a quick question before you move on too much further, but since the Idaho statute's very clear about the number and how that committee is comprised, what happens if you get a member of the community in there that quits the committee? Does progress stop until you get that, until you're back at that threshold?
And I believe we would restructure the committee if it dropped too much and it became unbalanced. But I can ask Scott Knopp, who oversaw curriculum prior to me.
Trustee Taylor, Chair or Vice Chair Kirkman, I believe we asked this question in our prior ones, and I believe I'd have to double check with legal. I believe legal's interpretation at that time was to continue the process because it had started
with the right number of people.
Well, even if someone were to drop off, but you're going to have some individuals that may not come after the original committee already started, and that's not ever equal. And so I think his interpretation was you need to follow the law, get the committee best you can, and get it started. If it goes unbalanced after that, you need to continue the process. Otherwise, his thought was you wouldn't be able to move forward and get.
But do we try to rebalance it, or just?
At that point, he mentioned, I believe, and again, doing my best memory from 2 years ago, was to go forward and complete the adoption, even though it's unbalanced. But I have to get better clarification.
At that last time we had this, the board appointed a different trustees to balance it out due to.
We did.
Yes,
So-
it was after it was already started doing the
So the
activity.
clarification in the change, Trustee Kirkman is they're building a bigger committee in the event that we have people drop out like we did last time. So it'll be a larger committee. And then the other major change is that before they had vetted some materials, that will happen with the committee this time instead of pre-work being done. So that balanced committee will select the materials together, and then there will be more. So I believe that those two changes were made in the spirit of us being more cohesive and then.
Well, I understand. I just want to make sure we're not out of compliance with state code.
Yeah, I think that this is why they made the change.
Tyler, can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so committee work phase one, they will, like I said, do some homework and research some best practices, complete some data analysis, and then, like I said, we'll vet those novels. Can you go to the next slide, please? There will be some non-committee work that our staff does. In this case, I left the language the same because with the novels, we won't have a publisher, but with the math adoption, we will. So we just added in if applicable. We'll help facilitate the committee. We'll vet the curriculum materials through different district employees, and that will be part of our committee phase one. Can you go to the next slide, please? So again, there's some if applicable here, and in the fact sheet, I'll outline what that timeline will look like a little bit more specifically. Tyler, next slide, please. And then our plan for the novels, which again, I'll go through with the fact sheet a little bit better, is we'll give a rank order to the board, and then you'll make the selection for the novels that are vetted and give the approval, and then we'll make the purchase. So the fact sheet I included in your board packets in more detail, but I also wanted the community to be able to see that. So Tyler, if you go to the next slide. The one we're going to start with first, and then I'll come back next month and do elementary math background. It will be secondary ELA. We are planning to adopt these materials, the novels, for the next 8 years. This will be taking place for grades 6 through 12. The last resource was adopted in 2016, and we did have revised standards in 2022. Are there digital license considerations with the current curriculum? Yes, we won't be able to purchase or have access to collections or current curriculum after this school year. And just to give you some background, like I mentioned earlier, we did survey teachers in the spring of 2024. We are planning to survey the community for input on what they would like to see read. Next slide. Our committee size will be 30, 15 district representatives made up of it's the next one. Made up of teachers, admin, instructional coaches, and then either a board trustee or a district appointee. And then there will be 15 parent community members. Our plan is to have this larger committee broken up into some smaller groups that will vet the novels per grade level because it's a large amount of reading that will need to take place. And then there is also some background on Odell. Mr. Wilson had to leave, but he did say he's available for any questions that you might have about Odell. There's some background on that on the next slide. So in 2016, the state of Idaho promoted and provided some grants to explore competency-based learning. Columbia High School received that grant and partnered with Summit Learning. Over the years, they've received some different support from Summit Learning, and in this last school year, in this current school year, they've made a transition to Gradient Learning. It has an updated name and some updated resources, including a learning management system called Canvas. It also has an ELA curriculum within it, which is called Odell Education. And so one of the tasks of this committee will be to vet whether that resource is an acceptable resource for our district.
I love that we're doing that because Columbia's praises. If you go visit Columbia, they're going to talk to you all about Summit.
And they had some really great results,
Yeah, they have.
especially in ELA
They
last year.
have.
So
They really have. So I'm really excited that this has come to fruition.
but this committee will vet that to make sure that's an acceptable resource, and then
I
in the
even
future,
love that we're vetting it
Yes.
for as an acceptable resource.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
and then other schools
And
can
growth.
pull from it later if they so choose. So, do you have any questions?
Trustees, any questions? No, I actually really love the changes to the process, and I definitely feel like this is even more transparent. I love that we've built a bigger community. I love that we're vetting all of the materials together. So I'm very appreciative of the changes. So if there's no questions, trustees, I will entertain a motion that we approve the proposed curriculum adoption procedure to align with policy 2520 in order to provide guidance for the process of adoption curriculum resources for the district.
So moved.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I did.
Oh, did I walk over you?
No, you did it. You moved it. She seconded it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move into our facilities update. Dr. Russell.
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight to do a quick update on where we are with the current facilities. Mr. Stauffer is going to share where we are.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, just a couple of quick data points coming up. We have Snake River has received its permits for the remodeling to move gateways from its current location to Snake River. That process is now going through the bidding process, will be started here in the next few days. In September, we will bring to you the full packet like we did previously with West, that you'll have the opportunity to look through all of the bids that have come through our construction management group. We just wanted to make you aware of that process is now ongoing so that we can get that work at Snake River started shortly after the approval from the board. The other one, as we mentioned just briefly, is on the update with the bus facility. It is moving, and just again to reiterate, is moving very well. We're moving along with the timing that we had discussed. Excited about the progress that is made, and do feel that we will meet some of those timelines that we have proposed before. And those are the quick updates that we had for today.
You missed one.
The
field
Columbia.
at Columbia.
Columbia's
I
field,
felt
yeah.
like that was the biggest thing.
Yeah,
Well, football started now, so I just is that the last field that's going in? That's why I keep.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman is the last one. So I know today they were out working on starting to roll out. Even I believe the pad was starting to be rolled out. They're working on those final components for the base on that. They are finishing up a little bit with the components that will be at the track at Nampa High. They've been doing a couple of the patches on the area, working on the fence and the structure that will be upcoming to fix where they had the trucks coming in. So there's a little bit of just cosmetic work on that outside. And we know that we're 3 more days out for the finishing of the track, 3 work days out for the track at Nampa High. But none of those are stopping the football games the first football game is this Friday. The field has been certified, as I reported before. It is playable, and the kids will actually be on it tomorrow.
Okay. Please.
Can we go back to the bid? Didn't we approve Benetton to do?
Correct. Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, what we'll do is Bennington is doing the bid and they're putting it out, but they will bring the package back with all of the bidding in it like we saw last time for the board to approve.
Okay.
So we have that process out and going, but the board has to approve the bidding as we have sent it out to get all those numbers that we provide on each one of those subcategories.
Okay.
Chair Taylor, there was a question during the public comment about how we secured that property for the buses. And I don't know if this might be a place, or Dr. Russell, is completely up to you if you want him to.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, no, it makes sense. We're talking about facilities. Mr. Stauffer, would you be able to share? I think the question was, why didn't we go out to bid to acquire that property?
Sure, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, Dr. Russell, the land was actually, we leased the land from a property owner. And so that is why we did not have to go out for bid, because by Idaho code, we have the board has the ability to enter into lease agreements. The board did take an action item at our last meeting to secure that property for a year lease.
So basically it's because it was leased and not purchased.
Correct. That is the reason.
Mr. Stauffer, did it come in under our budget?
It did.
Thank you.
So I have a follow-up question, just to make sure that we properly answer the patron's question. There is an option to buy that property. At that point, do we have to go out and do the bidding process?
Yeah.
Chair Taylor, Board of Trustees, because you're purchasing land, it is a different process than when we're procuring services. We are actually the purchasers, so you can't bid on things that you're purchasing. So the board does, however, have the option of looking at and considering and in deciding whether or not that is in the district's best interest to purchase those lands, or in this case, the land. But that is, again, the purview underneath the board. So it doesn't require a bidding process.
But we can negotiate with
Absolutely. The board can request that we continue to negotiate and find the best opportunity for the district.
And if somebody wanted to call to request those financial records, they could do so just like any other record, correct?
Correct, Chair Taylor. Those are open documents, and currently those are also on our transparency page, the documents that the board signed last board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Stuffer. Any other questions, trustees? All right, we will now move into the finance treasurer report. Mr. Dewey, or Dr. Russell.
Chair of the Trustees, Mr. Dewey here, Finance Director, to share our monthly update.
I'm always last to get you guys out of here.
We
as quick
saved the
as I
best for
can.
last.
All right, if you'll pull up my, all right, I'm just going super fast here. If you want to go ahead, just want to give you guys an update on final numbers are still being determined. We're still getting all of our accruals in. Our audit, like I said, starts in September. Numbers looking okay. We do know, remember in our budget approval, 1.2, we were off a little from balancing from 1.2, and then the other just 2.3 that we're using from the money, the supplemental money as well. So my hope is that we would be able to save enough, depending on what the values are this year, that we won't need that 1.2 from last year to be able to balance everything. But we won't know that until the enrollment numbers come in and all the other stuff, which we won't know until, November, December, in that range. Going to the next one. This year, when you look at the reports, they look pretty bland because remember that our first payrolls actually don't happen until August 30th for a majority of our payrolls. So when that happens this month, the next one you'll see all the accruals, you'll see all that stuff start hitting the system. And so none of that stuff happens in that. So what you're seeing right now is basically what's happening to anybody working over the summer or over summer projects right now. So and like I said, we won't know anything on numbers right now. Numbers look about what we budgeted. But until we clean up all the rolls and get all that kind of stuff going, it could be, it'll be tough to know exactly where we are until next board meeting a little bit. And then even after that, when we send it into the state, then they scrub it and then we find all of our anomalies that way. And then we don't really know until probably the end of November, December, until we really know our numbers. Go to the next one. All right. One of the things I keep getting asked is how does the transportation reimbursement work? So I kind of wanted to let everybody know this is just a quick glance of how it worked. Remember before we were underground bus, always one contractor only. So the way this works is there's kind of two little parts. There's a reimbursable and non-reimbursable part with that. And this is, remember, we are paid based on the year prior. Okay. So the reason I put 22-23 on there is because remember we got $5.4 million from that the reimbursable side of things this last year. So you put that in perspective of where we are. And then so those are the numbers that we got and the pay that we had for the prior year. If you go into next one.
Hold on.
Yes,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
It always bothers me to see an unknown expense. What is
Right.
that?
It's an unknown adjustment of $113.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Basically, yeah. So there was some correction in some of the other areas, and I didn't look into it deep enough for $113. I didn't care. So, I mean, reality, it was a non-reimbursable anyway, and it actually took away from the expense if you look at it as opposed to add to the expense. So that's why I wasn't too worried about it. Okay. Yes.
And that overcap, that was how much we were not reimbursed for the services. that we
So
provided.
basically, based on the funding formula, they look at us in comparison to all the other districts. And if we're over 103% on the average cost per mile and the average cost per student, then we are capped. And then it goes into a formula on that point in time of how much more we're capped. So basically what it does is it takes off, this one took $444,000 off our total reimbursable claim. So they didn't even start to look at our numbers until 7.2 million basically. And then we got 5.4 out of that.
Thank you.
Yep. If you want to go to the next one. The reason yes. And so do I have isn't there one behind this?
No, that was the next one.
Okay. So I think I've got I apologize. Go back to the next one. I apologize. I have my heading wrong. It's 2324 number. I apologize for that. So these are what we have received so far for the end of the year from Brown Bus for last year. I'm in the middle of doing the claim right now. Obviously, we won't know what we get paid on this until January, February, but I'm just kind of giving you a heads up of where we were in terms of total cost and where we ended up for the year on that and what was reimbursable and non-reimbursable. Remember, on a contractor, there's nothing more than just the contractor's bill and that kind of stuff. If you want to go to the next one. All right. So this is where we look at this year's budget. Okay. So now there's actually two sides to this where we've never had that before. One of the reasons is we split that. So we wanted to do some stuff internally. And then we wanted to also work with the contractor on that. So the first left-hand side is basically the same as what you've seen before. That's the same information. The only thing that's added to this has some stars is that field trip reimbursable, because honestly and truly, I don't know what that is until the schools start actually going on trips and that kind of stuff. Really what a field trip reimbursable is anything that's educational nodes. So if you look even in last year, there was hardly very little that was really a field trip that wasn't educational. We can pretty much find any reason that's educational. Even a bowling literally has some sort of component to PE and that kind of stuff, and student welfare and that kind of thing. So state allows us to do that. So we take advantage of it as much as possible. And so those are how our claim actually is looking right now. The right-hand side is the new that we've never dealt with before that we're worried in the process right now. There are certain things in here that actually have a 85, a 50, and a non-reimbursable component to our calculation. And if you look at some of those things, that's where we've got the different areas that'll go into the categories for next year's claim, right? So even though we spend it this year, we get the reimbursement for next year. There is one caveat that I will say is that they've attempted for all the 11 years I've been here to rework the funding formula for transportation. I will believe it when I see it, but they are looking to try to get away from this whole reimbursable, non-reimbursable, and just give us a per student allocation. I don't know if that's good or bad for us, but what it really does is it basically says manage your contracts or whatever you do on your own, and it just maximize your money as much as possible, basically is what they're trying to do, and get away from this whole, what we think is reimbursable, not reimbursable component. So. And that's basically what I was trying to do is explain, because we've had a lot of people say we were trying to, skirt the system and we were trying to get more reimbursable out. I don't have the ability to get reimbursable out because it's a formula based on law that goes in here. So this is how it works. And just to kind of let people know of how this works in the future, we anticipate roughly getting about the same amount that we've had in the past. We don't think this is going to change anything different. What it actually is going to do, I believe, more than anything, is those field trips and those activities. We've actually lowered the cost of our field trips and activities in the system now because we've attributed those fixed costs all to the reimbursable side, because really the fixed costs are all about our regular busing. So if you look at our rates that we've got from first student on our hourly rate and all that kind of stuff, there's no longer a fixed cost in our activities, trips, and our and all those type of things. So we've actually lowered the cost to all those programs, which most of those are paid for with our levy funds. So we're going to maximize those costs for our schools, which has been really hard for some of our middle schools to pay for that busing, and we really don't want to charge kids for busing. So this is super important for us to keep those costs down. Yes.
And just so I understand, previous year, $5.4 million reimbursement.
Mm-hmm.
This year with the new funding formula with us, Mr. Stoffer and the team here splitting up the fixed costs and variable costs. Now there's potential of $7.5 million reimbursement.
No. So that's just reimbursable cost.
Okay.
Remember. So it goes into the formula and we're compared to everybody else. And then we basically get down. Usually we're about 75 to 80% of our reimbursable costs. And that's where we are in terms of what we get in our final. If we can get anywhere close to where we were in percentage, then we'll be about the same. I'm not anticipating any of this to be higher or lower or any of that kind of stuff. I'm hoping it just status quo, if that makes sense. Because the risk we had prior to this is that everything was going to go up about 1.6, and you saw the cost that was capped in the year before. So that 1.6 that they had actually requested at the beginning of the 24% would have gone all towards profit, with about the same number of riders, with about the same number of miles. And we would have guaranteed being capped even more, and we wouldn't have got any more reimbursement for that, just an added cost. So that's why we had to kind of restructure this to make sure that we're trying to maximize minimize our expenses possible to get the maximum number, of reimbursement that we have. Does that make sense? One area I might add as well, I apologize, The one area we did take into consideration on this one is the fuel as well. That fuel is actually a super hard component in their previous contract because it had a formula based on the rate of what fuel was. It wasn't really what they bought it for. It wasn't really what was in their tanks. It was really what the market rate was. And if it went up a certain price, then our rates went up that price. If it went down a certain price, it went down that certain price. The nice thing about this is we control all of that now. So we control the buying of that. We control the cost structure. We get a state contract as soon as we can get our tanks 100% in, then we will have the ability to do that and get all of our fuel, even for our maintenance trucks and all that. We'll be able to use these fuels for that and get our tax-free amount, which is the state tax on fuel is about 31 cents a gallon. So we think it's actually going to be a big savings for us in the end because that's no longer hidden in the route cost, if that makes sense.
I had noticed years previous that the 21st century was 95,000. What is it and why is it only $5,000?
Yeah, so the last couple of years we had that program. It was going through both elementary and secondary programs. When we started looking into it, the cost benefit of running that program, what would happen in the past when 21st century first initially started, it was supposed to be where we were doing field trips and that kind of stuff. Little by little, these were after school programs and the schools started doing after school busing to get their kids home. The problem with that is none of those kids going home we can claim on as our reimbursable because it was no longer the to and from active school. So all of that was non-reimbursable. And as it grew little by little, last year we looked at it, it was like $95,000 for the two programs, and we literally got $125,000 in revenue for it. So we had spent all the costs of our expense and just had a $95,000 cost, for this program. So one of the things I did say is we can't continue this at that rate, and they agreed with it. And now that West was one of those schools that went away anyway, so went down. We're no longer doing after school busing, just our side of busing that is literally just field trips and activity trips and that kind of stuff to get to like the rec center and those type of things.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, any additional questions for Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
No? Oh,
Just sorry.
No, I'm
There's my nose.
It's your time. Oh, okay. I thought you had.
I think we're good, Mr. Dewey. Thank
All
you
right.
for your time.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Russell, we will move into superintendent report, and then that is where we put our Q&A.
Chair Taylor, trustees, first on the superintendent report is just staff reporting. One of the trustees know our first Friday with staff is coming up in September. We have a process where there will be a QR code at each school. Staff members will be required to sign in on that QR code, and we'll have a report so that we can report back to the board about attendance of staff, and that will be put in our consent agenda so you can see our percentage of attendance on our staff days coming. I think we do have a calendar we could share what those days are so you can know when to expect those.
That'd be great.
Add that as well. Second thing on there has to do with our student care on Fridays. We did send out some information out to the community in the spring to ask how many students need support on Fridays, that after school care, before school care. I sent another one out before school started. We've had about 120 responses so far. And majority of those need some after school care, before school care, but also clothing was another one that kind of caught our team a little bit by surprise, but we're supporting those families and connecting them with some resources so they can get clothing on that. Again, I just want to reiterate, anyone watching out there, or if anybody knows of anybody that needs any support, please to get a hold of us. Our folks in our federal programs, and we're working to collect that and get those information to kind of get those families the support and the care they need for Fridays. Q&A. Happy to address any. I tried to take the best notes I could. I could try to go through and address those questions, or unless there's specific questions you'd like me to try to address.
I think it might be good for you to go ahead and address what you were able to keep down. And then from there, we can go through anything that did not get answered.
First question about no care for Boys and Girls Club in the morning. That was news to me, so I need to call Ms. Gentry over at Boys and Girls Club to find out. My understanding was we were having before school care for students. The busing is something I don't know an answer to. I have to work through that and talk with Mr. Stauffer. I don't know if you have update on Boys and Girls Club busing.
So for Boys and Girls Club, we do have busing for the 21st Century program that is that is through the Boys and Girls Club for Iowa Elementary School. And it's a very specific grant that is funded in the Boys and Girls Club applied for Iowa. So it's very specific and linear through that grant. So there is busing in the morning for the students who are in that program at Boys and Girls Club to Iowa.
That's it?
That's it. It's through the 21st Century Grant.
Well, how do we expand that?
We'd have to work with the Boys and Girls Club, and obviously for us, it would be looking at how we would incorporate that into our budget.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
The other part is
Caught me by surprise.
Yeah, it only isn't me just because I talked to Melissa yesterday and today, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think that's
it.
what we have right now.
Okay, Trustee Ben.
Yeah, so I remember in the spring when we were considering the 4-day week, that the idea of, and then also considering the busing contract and all these logistical components, that was a concern that was raised about the busing. And I got the distinct impression at that time that we would be negotiating with the Boys and Girls Club to provide that service, or what?
So I believe that the Boys and Girls Club, and I don't want to speak for Melissa, but because I've spent the last few days, so I went to the club over the weekend, and then I texted with her last night and then this morning. So I believe it's assessing need. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Melissa has communicated that morning need to you. And she is also in the process of, I know she's made some changes to that 21st Century grant. That has to go through her board. Then that has to go through, I believe, the grant approval process. And so I know she's working on it, and I know she has expressed that need. But I believe that this has to do with the logistical change of moving the program to a different space. Am I correct in that understanding? And we might need Melissa to confirm that, but this is her immediate need. And she made me acutely aware of that. So I think that this is just the need of what's arising now. And they are really realizing that that morning time is going to be a hole for them. So I do believe that this is something that we will have to tackle with them and in conversation.
Chair Taylor, just one caveat.
And please correct me.
Yeah, and
And
I
I
will
wish
let
Melissa was
Melissa
here
speak
because,
for
yeah,
herself.
she
Yeah.
talks about it. I have never written
Yeah.
a 21st Century grant. I have just stayed
Yep.
very close to the club because I knew that there would be some logistical issues.
So in one thing to not get confused with, what we talked about is the after-school transportation, which we are providing
Yes.
to Boys and Girls Club. So every school has
Yes.
an opportunity to transport or to be on a bus to get to Boys and Girls Club
Yes.
after school. And that we actually added routes this year for the middle school.
Yes.
For all three middle schools also have that part of their transportation route now.
Yep. The morning need is new for them.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, because I remember there was a discussion about it because elementaries are starting so late. And so I guess I misunderstood the discussion that was going on. I didn't understand that it was just the afternoon busing that we were discussing originally and not busing to and from, because that was a concern that was raised, and it was like, oh, well, the Boys and Girls Club can, before school care. So what's the process? Do we need to reach out to Boys and Girls Club? Who reaches out to whom?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, I will reach out to Ms. Gentry and talk through it. It will come down to their need, how many kids, how big of a route it is, how big that is, whether first student has the ability to do that, and whether we have the expenses to be able to afford that.
Yep.
So all those are all variables we'll need to work through, but it does start with me reaching out and finding out how many kids we have a need there. It was discussed about before after school busing. Primarily ours was getting them over there and getting them set up for Friday care. So we need to follow up more.
But those changes that we've made has affected, the collateral effect is on Idaho Arts and other schools in town, right?
Well,
Sure.
not just on them, but also on ours.
That was
That's
the
what the
question.
confusion was, or the question was by the patron during her testimony is,
So, Chair Taylor, one thing that I have been doing is looking at the routes from last year to this year. I did not have in any of the routes that I was given a bus for Brown bus coming for early morning daycare. I keep dropping things. I
It's
apologize.
okay. That's okay. It's like,
So there could have been some, and again, I think this is something we need to work out with Melissa. The
I think
Nampa
this is
School
just very
District
new.
busing routes last year did not have any early morning transportation on it, just for clarity at this time. That doesn't mean there wasn't some, and there was some other agreements between with Brown Bus and Boys and Girls Club. So let us get some more information. But from the district standpoint, I did not have any routes that showed that we were
And
transporting. in the
you
morning.
are correct. The only reason that I have insight to this is because I've stayed very close to the Boys and Girls Club because they were unsure of what need would arise, and I wanted to understand their need.
I think my concern right now is that we're talking about third party, right? Do they have the capacity to take on that early morning with their staffing and their funding?
I think those are the logistics, and I think that Melissa is in progress, and that's the conversation that has to occur. So I really do believe that the directive here is that Dr. Russell needs to reach out to Melissa. They need to have that conversation, and then we need an update. I think an email update is fine so that we can all be in the same, have the same understanding. However, I do want to make my shameless plug that Melissa really wishes each of you would go to the Boys and Girls Club too, and she told me that you are welcome, and she will roll out the red carpet for you.
She open at 2 a.m?
She will open whenever you would like. She actually met me on like a late Friday night. So I'm just letting you know she is open. Okay, Dr. Russell.
Next, there was a question about how we secured the property without a bid. I think we addressed that one already. Then I had another question here. Why did the transfer buses not show? I think that was a question that came up. My understanding was our first partner for students can explain it. Transfer buses are additional routes. When routes are given out to drivers, the transfer routes are additional routes. My understanding was some drivers grabbed those routes last week, Thursday, Friday, were came in Monday, were not able to fill those routes. And so there were some routes yesterday that were unfilled. I think that was my understanding. That's why some were missed. When we met last night to discuss it with our partners, they knew that was an immediate issue. They knew they had to address it immediately. And I think they had a plan. I believe we were better today. I don't have that update. So I think that is why those routes were missed.
Do we know if, hold on a sec. Do we know if any students this is not an open forum. You can't just, okay, but you can't just talk out of turn, okay?
I'm talking because you talked to me. I leaned over to
Listen.
look at you. You assumed I was going to speak because my mouth was open to breathe,
And
sir.
now, if
You
I could
spoke to me.
if I could ask a question
Mhm.
not to you, to the.
Then why are you speaking to me?
I'm looking right at Greg.
Then why did you just speak to me?
Greg, could you please stand up here so
Absolutely.
we know who I'm talking to? What, do you know, or Courtney, do you know if there was any students left at any transfer schools today?
Not today.
Okay. They all got home, they all got back. We know that for 100%.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Next question, I think it has to do with the responses to the backlog. How will we know? And I think there was a mention, can we CC the board? I have not tackled that problem yet. I mean, that's something that now is on the list of our backlog and how do we ensure we get back with folks. Our concern was we clearly knew that we weren't meeting all the needs with the call volume, and that's why we opened more phones and reassigned people to work with that. Understand the feedback that it's not quality feedback because folks can't help people. That's something we got to work through, and added more support to our transportation team so that we can get some answers to some of the questions. You know, I need a route or a stop changed. We're taking that and we need to get that to a person, but it's coming to a funnel point. One or two people are able to do that. We need to have more people to be able to look at those and be able to get answers back so we can get responses, because the call, it's just backing up. That's the logistics we're in right now. It's not acceptable. I understand that. But we're gonna have to work on it and try to get answers to as many folks as we can. So I will have to give you a response on how we're gonna track and make sure that people are heard and getting feedback too.
It's gonna.
Could I ask a clarifying question about that? So is this just to close the loop that we're concerned about, or are we gonna actually dive into the issues being presented? How are we gonna use the feedback and
Well, Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, if somebody is asking for a bus stop or a concern around being around a busy road or having to cross, like the gentleman that I spoke with yesterday, that's something we need to actually physically look into.
Okay.
Right now, we're experiencing the backlog, so we're not able to get to those needs, even though we know they're very important needs. And we're working our best on it. So it's going to have to take us to be able to do that and look into them. And that takes time. And we're working our best to do that.
I believe earlier it was mentioned that we felt, was it 48 hours? We think we can get caught up on the backlog. Is that what I heard?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, I believe that's Mr. Stoffer. Mr. Stoffer and I have talked about many things. We have not talked about the backlog.
Chair Taylor, Board of Trustees. If we have the same load of support that we have right now, we're going to be able to move through things a lot better and with more efficiency. With 4 or 5 people only being able to handle the current needs, we have not been able to get to the backlog. We did start for the first time today getting to the backlog. We had 2 people that were dedicated to that. As we improve and have better efficiencies and get better at the routes, we will open up more time for us to be able to continue to do those. So with the amount of support that we had today, we do have a lot more opportunities to get that done.
We can maintain that amount of support until we get caught up and current, and then go from there, correct?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, Dr. Russell has provided us the additional support. We've been talking about the continued additional support so we can get to the point where we have all of those things taken care of.
So what I hear you saying is this is number 1 priority.
Yep.
Trustee Jennings, thank you for asking that, because I did have 48 hours in my minutes for the backlog and the
Yeah.
follow-up, so I'll make it a little more broad. I know 48 hours has been thrown around a lot this evening.
Yeah.
Also, the website on the trustee page, so people can look up who their zone trustee is, has been updated. Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you, Tyler. I was coming to you right after.
And then I have an email drafted with additional follow-up that was discussed this tonight, to see if there's anything else that Dr. Russell wanted to add. That's gonna update, but it also is moving forward that I will send it to him tonight with the board.
You know, Chair Taylor, I was just thinking about the getting through that backlog of emails and phone calls. And I know it's going to be an impossible task to ask the staff to get back to the board on how that's coming along. So maybe just a percentage, maybe that would work better. Is like, we're 50% through the backlog as of today, and we anticipate on being through 80% of the backlog in the next 4 hours. Maybe that's something that would be.
I feel like Dr. Russell does a good job of updating us in real time. So I think that we could just add that to like the daily updates at the end of each day. It would be nice to know when you're headed out and where you're at in that backlog. Does that suffice?
Yeah,
you?
just on like percentage, percentage.
And I'm so sorry, I had to use the restroom. Did we already speak about the radio situation so that okay, sorry, I just want to make sure that we get to it.
Do we assume that we got everybody that called in today with concerns taken care of and we're still working on the backlog, or did they get put and we're working from the bottom up to get a hold of them?
Oldest to newest.
It is oldest to.
No, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Chair Taylor, Board of Trustees, there's a little bit of both. So yes, we're working at the oldest ones and moving through them. And there's some of those that we're able to take care of right now immediately, so they don't add to the list. If they've been calling, it's because we have more staff right now.
Okay.
So the answer is yes, we're working on both ends.
So what part do we think is going to take the longest? Is it going to be the hazardous routes?
Correct.
So that's what we should anticipate to see. The very end is that movement in routes. And I know we approved some route changes tonight, and I know that we had said that we weren't changing routes for some time. Has that changed? Are we going to be changing some of these routes in real time? Is that what is now happening?
Chair Taylor, with
And when I say real time, I mean like within 72 hours.
With the ones that we have provided you today, those will go into an effect this weekend. We'll be publishing those from the routes that we have. We will be continuing to work through that process of getting those hazard routes. Again, back to Trustee Kirkman's comment, we want to get through those as quickly as we can to make sure that we're updating those I do believe that there's going to be routes that are going to be created here as we get through that process. We're going to see more routes created, and then we'll get those back on for the board to look at again in September.
And now that we have those updated routes, can you, and if this has already been done, stop me and I will come back, but can you walk me through how we're going to update people after those routes have been updated over the weekend, like what that process looks like, or procedure, or whatever we want to call it, how to?
Yes, we are working on doing right now, the quickest way for us and the efficient way that we have beyond sending out in the mailer, which would take too many days for us to do that. But we are going to use our website, and through Parent Square by school, we'll be identifying those changes, sending them out to the parents of each school.
Okay, so we're going to send out the updates via Parent Square.
Correct.
Okay, so.
And the website.
And
Yep.
website.
Mhm.
But is there something going out to schools directly, and will the transportation department have those? And is there, I just want to make sure that we know that if the kid rode the bus and there is going to be a change.
Those manifestations are updated with them, and they're being updated and sent to the students or to the schools daily with new students that are enrolling as well.
And then it goes out through Parent Square that there has been a change.
To the staff, it's going out to the principal and to the office manager
Okay. Then through Parent
to
Square.
inform the parents of the new changes that we just put into place for this weekend. There's two different things. So the one that you're talking about is the manifest forms that we are sending out daily.
Yep.
The second one is the routes that you approved. How are we going to communicate those out to parents?
Yeah,
will
I heard that. Parent Square. Yep.
Am I missing?
Nope, you're not.
something?
You're answering my question
Okay.
directly. I'm just trying to determine, I'm just trying to determine a more acute way. I'm just trying to determine, because our issue is that so many people went so long without communication. And so
Some people just quite frankly don't use it.
well, I think that there's a good amount of Parent Square that we use, but as we change these routes and say we add a new stop, I just want to make sure that that communication is pristine and that we are fully aware and that there's trust in the process of, okay, teacher has a manifest, there is a bus change. Because now you're going to have a kid who spent all 1 week learning to ride the bus one way. Now we have an extra stop, it's week 2, and we've already got a confusing situation. So I'm also tired. But
I think there's ways and things that you as staff can think of to maybe get that out more. I think right now we're just looking at is Parent Square and email and text. I got all 3 of them.
I do too.
Yeah, and so I think it's difficult I think you just have to have that conversation and just do some brainstorming. I mean, if it's dropping leaflets all over, who knows, that kind of thing. So
Well,
I think
many-
trying to get that question answered right now is difficult.
I do too. And the questions that I have are bigger, and I feel like I can wait these next 2 days to figure out like how many changes will be made when we change a route exactly. And I need to walk through the change of a route with you, and I need to do that so I have it start to finish, so I can physically understand the process. And then I think that I can have a better understanding. So I will do that with you on my own time, so that I can see when we change a route, what have we changed, and how many are affected. Like it's those granular questions that I have now, and they're just questions, and that may solve me. But I will meet with you in all your spare time.
But I think there's also a danger of making so many changes,
Yeah.
because then you get lost in the changes. And now you have parents, I would be, I mean, oh, here's one more change. And now, you just have to keep going through. So I don't know where that balance is. That's up to you guys, but I just think that you could over change. You can't ever over communicate, but you can over change.
Yeah. And just to kind of, so here's how this information connects for me, these 2 separate pieces of information that we were just talking about, the backlog and then the route updates and the communication around that. My concern with the backlog is that there may be parents, like some of the parents who have spoken today, who are no longer part of the backlog because it's been resolved, but it hasn't been resolved. How do they know that they need to ask again? How do we know whether or not whatever concern has really been resolved and we've really fixed the problem rather than just checked the box? And how do we just, before we start reacting, how do we take a breath and sit and assess the bigger picture of how do all these pieces fit together so that we can have a more comprehensive change, a more comprehensive strategy for figuring out, you know, this is a problem here, but it's also this problem on this other thing. If we fix this thing, will it exacerbate that thing? How do we look at this more comprehensively to make sure we don't have anybody falling through the cracks because we're just trying to put out fires too rapidly? Wonderful mix of metaphors, but hopefully the idea, you're understanding what I'm asking. Because if we just start communicating, or we're changing this, then it may unsolve someone else. So I don't know.
I still think so in my mind, so that you can understand what I'm sitting with is, so for example, in these changes, say that it's, I doubt that it's like a full route change, right? Like with the route changes, it's 1 or 2 extra stops or the change of a stop. Am I correct in that understanding? So it's not a full route change. It's like, when I looked at it, it's like we've changed this stop to here and we've changed that stop to there. And this stop has moved to that side of the road. So, I feel like you guys have regrouped and taken a bigger look last night, and I feel like that's what you're doing tonight, and that's why that office is still active. Is it such that for the stops added or the stops that are changed, that we could make a call to anybody that's a new stop? If we have a student whose stop will be changed by Monday, that Friday, even if it's just a message on the phone, I don't want to leave any more kids behind. And so I guess what I'm asking is do we have the manpower for an effort such as that, or what? I'm just trying to choose my words.
Chair
Sorry, I'm
Taylor.
trying to process through this, and I don't want to get too granular until I have a better understanding of what that route change looks like. I physically am going to come and sit with one of you for
Can
this.
changes happen on a week? Like, do all the changes that would go into effect effect on Monday? So they would have, if they're wondering if there's a change, if I'm a parent, I wanted to stop at it at this corner, I don't know, but I'm gonna wait until Sunday or Saturday night or whenever that might be, and to see if that changes there, and that'll be published on the website. You'll get a parent square, whatever. That would give me 2 days to make sure that if that stop is not added, then it's business as usual from last week. But if that stop is added, then I have 2 days to make some adjustments that I need to. So would that be a consistent route? Any route change, any bus stops added, not route changes, you're right, but any bus stops added or anything like that will be published on Saturday for parents to see, to prep for.
Chair Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, that is a plan that we have, that we've discussed, to be able to do it on those Fridays so that people would have the opportunity, not only
At the
for
weekend,
parents,
yeah.
but also for the bus drivers to review
To read
and
the
go
route.
through them. So that there's a duality for that Friday for us to be able to get them out, both to the parents and to first students.
So that's
And the
set in stone.
well,
So
the
the
expectation
expectation
would
is
be
they're
that,
out
hey, if you
Friday.
wanna know,
Thank
check
you.
on Friday,
Mhm.
because that's the expectation.
That
Is
is what
that
we're looking
Monday?
at moving forward, to be able to do that, yes.
So no changes will be made unless they're made on a Friday. They will be published on a Friday, go into effect on a Monday.
And
Are
we'll
we both
qualify
on
for
that?
those for our general ed routes. We do have some special ed routes that we need to change from day to day, just for
And
clarity.
special ed is already communicated
Correct.
per student, correct?
It is communicated for both, it will be communicated from both district level, and from case managers will also be helping us with that, as well as some redundancies we want to have for our special ed.
I don't know that this process should start until after all the backlog and all that stuff is taken.
I think we need to get the message out to parents now at the school level. Please look out on Sunday for the updated bus routes on Monday.
Friday.
We're gonna be early.
Should be Friday.
And let's get that message out. Let's make sure that the principals see it, so the students get the messages, and then they know that, hey, we should at least look at the website to make sure that there isn't additional routes.
So Chair Taylor, I had a note here, and this might be a good time to bring it up. A note here for directions for staff is timelines for the fixes. And I know, Dr. Russell, you ran through a lot of changes that are going to be made, how we're going to address these issues moving forward, so on. What I'd like to know is timelines associated with those fixes. For example, like you were just saying, what would be a timeline when this process, Friday's published for Monday? What does that timeline look like for you guys? And I don't expect you to answer that right now, but I would like to hear from staff on all of these changes that were addressed. What's the timeline?
I would agree.
When are these going to be implemented? Because
I would agree.
that's what I was missing when I was listening to all this, is like, okay, this sounds good. Glad you're addressing it, but tell me when.
And the reason I like that is because trust equals truth over time. So the definition of trust is truth over time. So I think a transparent timeline where we meet those deadlines of what can be changed based on that 10 plan. And I would rather, like, if you can't get to backlog in 48 hours, tell me 96. I would much rather that, because I do believe that the only way out is through. And so at this point in time, trust truly is truth over time. And so I do believe that this would actually assist. We've all acknowledged that this is a problem. Everybody in this room, every administrator. I could have done that without physical threats. But that being said, I do believe that that timeline would probably be the very best, and also give your board what their need is without us having to get so granular. Because I think what's trying to happen here is, as a board, we see the hard work from the staff. We see the hard work from First Student. What did me good last night was knowing that you guys were here and that we're working on it and it's first priority. And I see that, and I believe that you guys have the bigger picture. I believe that your guys' plan of attack hit a lot of these key points. I do believe that a timeline would help to remedy that for, I believe it was a bullet point of 10 different things of like when we can anticipate to see route changes and how that will look. Because it's important now that we have that communication because of the amount of communication that is coming our way. And I want to make sure that I am reiterating exactly what the community will see and what that will feel like and what that pressure release is. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just agreed with that. I was trying to articulate that for like 25 minutes. And I agree. I think the timeline.
And maybe the response from Dr. Russell in the timelines could be an email an update to the board through an email or something.
Yep.
And then we can make that however.
Yep. And then those
We can
daily
share it
updates,
if we need
we
to.
can share it if we need to, but then we would have a timeline. And then if we have a need to share it, at least we would know what we were looking for and what that would see and what we could tangibly look at. Trustee Jennings? No? Yeah.
No, I have a question, but it's kind of unrelated.
Okay, you want to hold it? Will you remember it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I'll remember.
he's like a camel over here remembering all this, or an elephant. Anything else on the timeline, trustees? Is that in agreement with everybody? Because I really actually feel like that would take us back out of some of these granular questions that we're asking, because I think we're just trying to figure out how to get us the communication without stepping on all of the work that you're doing. And my goal here is to not alienate anybody tonight. This is a team, and we need to all work. The better we can work through this together, the better our community will be.
I got a timeline question.
Great.
I'm gonna tie it into this thing. So this system that we are in dire need of for these kids to get on and off the bus, how do we accelerate it? That's the question.
Yep. And understood, that's the question. We're going to come back and
We'll have
report
to
that
give
to
you
you.
an answer.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Not tonight.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, we'll have to give you an answer. That's on the to-do list. We'll have to work with our partners at First Student. They're going to have to work with their technology team and just to see where it is. I understand the need. It would help a lot with some of these manifests and some of the things that we're doing. It is one of the reasons we were excited about moving with First Student. We do think it's going to be a benefit once we get there. It is a 5-year contract. So we see this benefit in the district for years. And I know we got to get there. So I don't have an answer tonight, but no, it's on the list.
Is it technology that you guys, sorry, I'm going to talk to First Student, that you guys are familiar with? Or do you use something else nationwide with all of your other contracts? Is this the system that you do use?
Which technology are you
The
referring
one,
to?
the
RFID,
all that
RF card and.
manifest.
Yeah, we do use it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the company's familiar with it.
Yeah.
We just need to get it in Idaho.
We use it.
Wait, what did you say, Mr. Stoffer?
It's proprietary. Yeah, it is our,
Oh,
it is
it's
our
your software.
technology. Yes.
Oh,
So we've rolled it out
Okay.
in
hold on a
other
second.
locations.
Now I'm confused because I asked the exact same question. How do we move this timeline, truncate this timeline? And I was under the impression, because the question was, does this preclude this and get, now I can't even speak, but you have to have this technology first, you have to have this in place, to have this in place, to have this in place, to have this in place.
And that is
All
true.
of that is yours? It's
Yes.
proprietary?
But
It's
isn't
all
this about
proprietary.
technology talking?
Yes.
It's our technology talking to your
Yes.
technology that's the holdup, right? Not your
Well,
technology.
it's more than that. So, it's one of those things where I give you 1,000 parts and say, build a car. Or I can put it on an assembly line and do it in a structured manner to where the car's going to be put together perfectly. So we do have a system in which we roll things out and pilot things to ensure that's rolled out properly. And your system's talking to our system. We don't want to roll something out to parents or to the district where our systems aren't talking properly and we're not getting the proper information like student rosters. And then all of a sudden we promise something that we can't deliver.
So when you say our systems, you're talking about Parent Square,
Traversa.
all that kind of stuff. So there are some things that you're relying on our end
Yes.
first to get yours in place.
And this
Yes.
is because we own our routes and our rosters, right?
Yes.
No, yes?
No. I think what we're looking at is the software, the Tyler technology software that we use integrates with their technology. They use Tyler for their proprietary components, but they have their own subsection of it. So it's not because we don't have, it's not because information isn't there. It's about the system in which they roll out their proprietary software to make sure that everything is in place. We are at a place, we have information to put into their system. Everything we have would go into their system. Obviously, we still have the bugs we're working out right now that we are very, very transparent about. But theirs is it's about their training of the staff. It's about getting it installed in their vehicles. There's times that are associated through their corporate model.
That rolls out the software.
Right.
Sorry.
So with that, again, we're going to have a conversation. We'll sit back and we'll talk about what we can do to expedite some of those processes and be able to report back to you.
So the buses that arrived weren't previously installed with this technology.
Correct. They do not have the tablets on them.
Okay.
It originally, just to bring us back to, originally we talked about the tablets would be delivered in January. We've already moved that up into October. Actually, the tablets are on their way to get installed. Once those are installed, then the next phase will come in. So when we rolled this out before first students, our plan was before we knew who our contractor was, we had talked about having this information and this system in January of 2025. Now, we recognize, again, we are moving it forward. Our relationship with First Students is going to allow us to move it forward than our original plan. And now we're going to go work on seeing if we can even do anything else with that.
Okay.
So we've already moved it from January to October. You're going to come back with us to see if it can happen tomorrow. That was a joke. That was just a joke.
I'll drive to pick them up.
Yeah. Where are they at?
I'll have them here by Friday.
And so I have a bit of a technical question. So is the biggest sticking point the physical technology to be installed in the buses, so the tablets, or is it the software integration? Is there it sounds like we're all using the same software provider. Is it just a matter of, opening an additional API between, whatever? Is it a tech integration problem, or is it a physical, we don't have the tablets problem?
No, it's three parts.
Okay.
Number one, we have to get the technology delivered. Number two, we have to get it installed. We've got to get our technology talking with your systems, and we have to train our team.
But so when you say our technology talking to your systems, are you talking about software to software?
Yes.
So if your software is provided, even though it's proprietary software is provided by the same company that provides our software, are they having difficulty integrating the two programs together to speak to each other?
I can't speak to that. I'd have to get you my technology person.
Okay.
We did have a meeting, Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz. We did have a meeting to kick this component off with the technology department for our students. There are many districts who are doing what we are doing that they've already done this process with. So this is not a new process to them. They have done this before. So the short answer to your question, our software is not, that is not a barrier that is stopping the process. It's a component that we have to work through to get it functioning.
So then I guess here's the follow-up question. If it's not a software integration issue, couldn't we solve that, get the software talking, and so as soon as the tablets are there, we're good to go? I'm help me understand, please.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, at this point in time, we don't have that microscopic type of information because the timelines that we had originally planned were for October. We have a meeting set up actually for a discussion that was originally when we put all this together for September 12th. We're going to look at expediting all those. So we had some layout timelines, and that was obviously with the last few days, we need to change them. So to answer your question, let us have a conversation and come back.
Thank you.
Got it. That was
The
really good
reality
answer.
is
Thank you.
that
Yep.
we had it structured. We
Yep.
need to restructure.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you.
That was really good. More questions, or I'll go back to letting Dr. Russell answer
Yeah,
his list.
that was-
Okay.
Chair Taylor, trustees, I think the next question had to do with the appeal process. We had used 4120 as an appeal process for the routes, so how folks can appeal. It sounds like we would have a question to expedite that process. I don't have an answer now to how to expedite that. That'll be something I've added to the list that I'll probably put a timeline on to see when we can get an expedited process for that. For now, I would encourage patrons to email their to our transportation department their challenge, and we will try to work through that as fast as we can. But until I get that process developed, that'll be one of the things we'll work on, and I have it on my list to add it so we can figure out how to make that more expedient. I had a question here on, I think we had a concerned mother about the child who had told the school that they weren't sure where they went. You know, that was one of our instructions to our schools today, was to double check and verify it and make phone calls to parents. So we'll reiterate that with schools again, because that was the one thing we wanted to do, is double, triple check. And we'll push that out. So, and I don't know if she is here still, but I understand that concern and apologize profusely. We reiterate that need that we got to double check with our kids, make sure the kids understand where they're getting off. If they don't know, we got to take the time to give mom, dad a call to verify, is student X getting off at this stop. So we'll reiterate that again, but that was added to our procedures. That was one of the things that we discussed at our meeting this morning. Cutting students. Made a decision last year to not cut students. That was a decision that I made as a superintendent, because I believe kids need to be a part of programs. I believe kids need to have opportunities. I feel some kids, while I understand her concern that I don't love how that rolled out on how to meet the needs of all the kids. I think it's hard to cut an 11-year-old or 12-year-old kid. To me, that didn't feel right. I think kids need opportunities. I want kids to play. Kids who are involved in athletics and activities do better in school. They stay more involved. They have something to look forward to. To me, it was hard to be able to cut and not give kids those opportunities. The club world, if you're not a part of that, or you don't have the money to be a part of that, you may not have opportunities to do some of these things. I wanted our kids to have opportunities. I've always felt that. It's a philosophy that I've had. Happy to change that, though. The board would like us to make a different decision on that. Please direct us a different way. But I've leaned that direction.
I don't know that I was all about cuts. I think what I don't love is that we've done an every other day and all of a sudden there's just a 4-day practice. So I will say that when we had conversations, I do believe a coach has an opportunity to practice on a 5th day. I don't believe that that's something that we limit. Am I correct?
No. There's football practices on Friday.
Cheer practice is 7 days a week. So
Happy to look.
So it was actually the opposite where my concern really came to the every other day. So if I was going to direct, and I actually appreciate you bringing this up because I was so focused on transportation. Yeah, it was the every other day for me. And the fact all of a sudden it's just a 4-day practice. So that would be, my question is why have we made that change? What do those practices look like? Are they longer practices? So I would need more information because that all seemed very new to me. My daughter played volleyball all through school.
Yeah, the part that stood out to me was the fact that the A team got all the stuff, but they're the ones who already have the extra support because those were the better players who also played club. So it wasn't, maybe I misunderstood, but that was my takeaway.
That was exactly my
that
takeaway as well.
These are the kids who already have the opportunity in the club setting, which is why they made the A team the best team, and the best team just keeps getting better because they have all the opportunities to improve, versus the B and C teams do not have those same opportunities, which then removes the stickiness of that sport.
I would agree. I think that those were my issues, not with cutting kids in the 8th grade. I'm with you on that, but an A, B, and C team should be difficult. And I do believe that we should have a multitude of practices. So I need further clarification on what we're doing at South with that program.
I know I've seen, just even having my kids play, that you do have an A team and they select 8 people. They need 8 people. And then you've got 30 others that get thrown to the B team. Instead of dividing some of those up, taking some of the better players. I get the A and B thing, but make that one team larger so that one coach can coach more children. And then it's less burden on this other coach who received 30 kids who now has to do a B and a C team. And now we have to practice every other day because I'm one person and I got 30 kids. I just don't feel it's a fair swap.
And is it so does the A team get to compete at the middle school level? Is that it? And
I would need further clarification. This is very new to me. I really hesitate for us to assume because Brooklyn played Lone Star 7th, 8th grade. So that was not the procedure back then.
Okay.
So, and this is Brooklyn just just a few years ago. So I just feel like we would need, I don't want you to cut kids at that grade, but I would like clarification. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's where we can start, is just clarification from the board on how that process is working. I think that would be the best.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Barber is going to start needing to come to these meetings.
Yes.
I feel like Mr. Barber was here forever.
Trustees, I believe that is all that I can.
So I was hoping you would speak to the radios, just because you and I spent quite some time talking about the radio situation. So I know that we have them. So I thought we could update everybody with the fact that the buses do have radios.
Chair Taylor, trustees, I forget the question on the radios. There are radios within the buses.
It was a statement that there was no radios.
There are radios within the buses. What I understood that happened yesterday was we had one channel for the radios, for all the radios. Those quickly became overloaded, and 2 things happened. Either one, drivers were not hearing the radio, or radios were not on. That was one of the things we discussed last night, and immediately decided we needed to move into 2 channels. So I don't have an update how radio communication was today with 2 channels. I don't know if Greg, if you would have an update on how that went today.
Yeah, we made a decision to move the SPED to 1 channel, Gen Ed to 1 channel, just to where it could quiet down a little bit. The problem that they were having is the radios were so loud and they were constantly going that drivers were trying to get kids off the buses, and they couldn't hear because the radios were so loud. So they were turning the radios down, and then when you needed them, they weren't answering them. So today went a lot smoother. We had two channels going. I had a dispatcher on each one of them. Still a lot of radio traffic, but not as much as the day before.
Is there a backup communication to if you really need to get to a driver and their radio is not turned up? I mean, how do you reach them?
Yeah, so we do have cell phones, but we don't call them on their cell phone. Obviously, you don't want a driver driving a bus.
Just text them.
Yeah. Yeah.
FaceTime.
You can
should've
do all
just
of that, but they're not going to
FaceTime for the
answer. I
cherry.
promise you.
Okay.
Yeah. So we rely heavily on the radios.
Sure, as expected.
I really like the way that you said that because at first when I heard two separate channels, I wondered how that direction went, but SPED and Gen Ed makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
And then I would like, to your credit, you're from our community, correct? You live and reside here?
I am not.
Oh, you are not. Our
My
maintenance-
regional maintenance
Thank you.
manager lives here.
Thank
He
you.
was born and raised here.
And he is
all of his
in
family's
charge
here.
of Madison.
And so he's in charge. Yeah, he lives very close to the
Got it.
Madison yard.
Okay.
And so is my business development person, Meredith. Her family lives here.
Got it.
So
I just wanted to make sure that there was somebody, and I did remember us that. So not you, but the maintenance manager. Thank you.
Well, I would like to say, I mean, yesterday was a disaster. We failed people at every point, but today seems to be a lot better. So I appreciate the district and first student for taking that feedback and making immediate changes.
yeah, first day of school is always rough. We put kids on the wrong buses. We always have some hiccups with drivers. The goal is every day to get better. I appreciate the fact that we met last night, put a plan together, rallied the team. We stayed late. We got up early this morning, put the plan in place. Huge improvement. Tomorrow will be even better. The next day will be even better. We have a lot of people from out of town helping, and we're slowly starting to back off and push a lot of that to the local team. So it's sustainable, but we're supporting the team. I have a large group of regional support people here doing training with the dispatchers, training with the trainers. I have extra maintenance people here making sure that the buses are safe and we're ready to go every single day. So we got a lot of people in Nampa supporting the operation to ensure that we're successful, and we'll continue to do that.
I have appreciated, I appreciate that you're still here, but I appreciated that you guys were on the scene last night as well. I was so appreciative of law enforcement, you guys being here, our district staff being here. I know not everybody gets to see that, but it's really not what you do, it's what you do about it. And I think that this is us showing the community that we get it, we made a mistake, we will not let it happen again. And I appreciate your time here.
Appreciate that.
Okay, trustees, any other questions that we wanted Dr. Russell to address? Or any other questions that we have, or any other directives that we want to give before we motion into executive session?
So I don't know if this was addressed before I arrived. Again, I apologize. I had that work commitment tonight. But that 1.5 mile from your radius from your house, from distance from the house to the school,
correct,
keeps on coming up as a sticking point, particularly for elementary.
I do have in a follow-up presentation on distance between stops, because I feel like that's what we're hearing about the 0.4 and the 0.8.
Yeah.
And then distance from the school to provide a stop is what you're asking. clarification on
Correct.
that.
Correct.
So I put that in the follow-up so it could be provided in writing, but maybe do you want them to go over it now? Because I think they tried, but it's still confusing.
I think it's two separate questions.
It is.
It's just two separate
So it's
questions.
1.4 miles.
1.5.
Yeah. And so, and that seems to be a particular challenge for the littles to get 1.5 miles, to school. And so I don't know if we have a plan for that, or if it's even something we can reconsider, but I think it's definitely something worth a conversation and a hard look. And then a suggestion that was made is a simple suggestion, and that made me remember when my son started kindergarten, his teacher made a name tag and tied it to it was like a name tag on a bus shaped tag, and it had his name and it had the bus number. Do we still do that? And can we please do it for more than kindergarten?
We do a color. Yeah. Do you want to explain the color coding system? Or, well, maybe because we did go over it. Yeah, we went over it. So there's a color coding system for all of elementary, but I really don't think it hurts to explain what was put into it.
So
sorry.
For every school, elementary school, they have a color, and also they have an animal.
Okay.
on the tag. And
And
so it
that's
has
going
their,
on the person?
yes, it's
the child?
going
Okay.
on their backpack.
Okay.
Initially, we were doing just kindergarten. Last night, we made the decision to tag every elementary student.
And it was
And
done
today,
today.
every elementary student that got on the bus or got on the bus to leave was tagged. So that alleviated the issue of putting the wrong kid on the wrong bus, which really just throws a monkey wrench in everything. So
Okay. And then a couple people mentioned final forms, and they're like, my stuff is in there and it's right, but it's wrong on the transportation. How does the various software communicate with each other, or does it, or what is the connection between the information in final forms and the actual routes?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, Final Forms feeds into PowerSchool, and Traverse it takes information from PowerSchool. So there's 3 separate systems that are working together to get the information. Part of the things that we're having with the changes is trying to the manifests are what capturing those. We are still working on updating those, and they're updating daily by new students and by feeding the information in. So we're checking, and that's one of the processes we started last night. The tech team is working to make sure all those processes are in place from a technological standpoint. They have been working on making sure that that is not the issue that we're seeing. So we're triaging those issues. That's part of the stuff that we will be also bringing back as far as information to you through Dr. Russell.
Thank you.
Trustees, any more questions? And if not, I'll entertain a motion to move us into executive session.
I move that we move to executive session for Idaho Code 742061 1B and D. B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, or a public school student. D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and second has been given. Aye.
Trustee Richmond?
Aye.
Trustee Sue?
Aye.
Trustee Benz?
Aye.
Trustee
Aye.
Okay, so for everybody who is in attendance, there will be no more meeting. We will go into executive session and then just come out and adjourn.